Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends.
Welcome, joyful warriors.
We're thrilled to have you here with us in Philadelphia. We are starting the party today, and we are going to rock the cradle of liberty together with you. What an honor it is to host so many presidential candidates this weekend. And yeah, I know, it's amazing. And other great speakers. We have heads of education from different states here. We have experts in a variety of fields. I hope you guys leave here feeling unified, educated, and empowered to go back to your own communities to do the work that needs to be done. But look what you all have done in 2 years. It's amazing.
You have made parental rights and education a priority in America. We are at a crossroads in this country, and parents are standing in defense of their children for such a time as this.
Now, we're not going to take a lot of your time. We're just going to get started. We'd like to thank our sponsors. We could not do this event without you. Thank you. You'll hear more from them throughout the program. And I'd like to introduce the North Penn Air Force Junior ROTC from North Penn High School. They are going to present the colors. After they present the colors, Mary Milben is going to take the stage. Mary is a voice of liberty, freedom, and the American dream, a brand rooted in God and American patriotism. Mary has performed for 4 consecutive presidents, international royalty, and world leaders. She has been featured at the White House, U.S. Congress, 2020 Republican National Convention. She has performed for the NFL, the NBA, the MLB, and in concert halls globally. She's a true friend to Moms for Liberty and a strong advocate for parental rights. And then following Mary, I'm just trying to give you all what's coming up. Following Mary, Kathy Barnett is going to give our invocation. And Kathy Barnett is a huge friend to Moms for Liberty. She is the original mom advocate, I think, here in the Pennsylvania area. And so we are going to give a warm welcome to Kathy after Mary. Thank you, guys.
Let's get started.
is Moms for Liberty 2023. Hello, ladies. I said it's Moms for Liberty 2023. You made it to the summit, ladies. What a beautiful room it is to see. I tell you, there's no better room to be in than a room full of America's moms, courageous warriors for God and country. Amen? And America's dads, too. Let's hear it for all the men in the room, too. Well, I am so glad to be back with you for this year's summit. To Tina and Tiffany and Marie, thank you for the kind invitation to be back. It's a joy to be here. There's no better way to start out the summit and start out this morning than to sing the national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly
This is the greatest nation that has ever existed. And these people have truly messed with the right people. Moms. They have messed with the right people. Moms. These are our children. We need a national revival in this country. And it starts with the revival of our national identity. Who are we as a country? So let's go before the Lord in prayer, okay? Heavenly Father, we just come and we thank you. There is no one higher than you, Lord Jesus, and we thank you for your faithfulness and orchestrating founders who would put together, who would devise a nation such as this. Our country is in your hand, Lord God, and we turn our eyes towards you. Open up the eyes of our understanding, Father, so that we can see clearly what is before us. Give us wisdom like we have never known. Give us the ability to strategize and work together as a people, Lord God, for our children, for our families, for our babies. In the name of Jesus, Lord, bless the food, bless the timing throughout this time that we're together. We thank you for this country. We love our country, Lord. And Father, she is in your hands. Give us wisdom. Guide us. Bring us together. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Welcome to the stage, Executive Director of Program Development, Marie Rogerson.
I mean, we could stop now, right? That was awesome. All right, I have the honor of giving our first Madison Minute of the program. For those of you who are new to Moms for Liberty, we like to start our meetings with something we call a Madison Minute, and that's just an opportunity for us to share a quote from one of our founding fathers, a founding document, somebody that inspired them so that we can tie ourselves back to the principles that founded this country. So today we're going to have a quote from The Crisis, which is a pamphlet that was written by Thomas Paine in 1776. And it says, "Tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It is dearness only that gives everything its value. Heaven knows how to put a proper price upon its goods, and it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. We know, you know, the high price that has to be paid in this fight. Some of you experienced it last night as we tried to go to our welcome reception. And you experience it every single day in your chapters, everywhere you are. It is perhaps strange that something that we're doing is so controversial when we're really just standing for our kids. But we also know that the price that you're paying will come with a very glorious triumph, and we are grateful for what you're doing.
Please welcome back to the stage Tina Deskovich. I think we missed one of our key-ups there. I have the honor of discussing with you for a couple minutes why we chose Philadelphia. After we announced where this year's summit would be, that has been the never-ending question, and as we've done media interviews the last 2 days, it's been the never-ending question, why Philadelphia? And I'm going to answer that for you today. For those of you that are from here, you need no explanation. You know why Philadelphia. For the rest of you, it must be our Philly table over there. I think that the Liberty Bell inscription says it perfectly, why Philadelphia. Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It was a call in the book of Leviticus. It was a call to all of Pennsylvania when the bell was first installed in 1753. And it's a call to all of Americans today. It still stands as a call. Moms for Liberty's mission statement is often quoted without the very first part of our mission statement. The very first part of our mission statement says Moms for Liberty is dedicated to fighting for the survival of America. One of the ways we do that is we proclaim liberty throughout all the land. President Ronald Reagan once said that America is a shining city on a hill. Our country and its principles are a beacon of hope to many around the world. Our flag is recognized in the farthest corners of the world as a symbol of freedom and of liberty. But in recent years, that light is starting to dim. From massive government shutdowns due to COVID, to mandates on our children, all the way down to local school boards shutting off mics from public input. So the question is, why Philadelphia? Philadelphia is the birthplace of our country. The Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, all written here in Philadelphia. Philadelphia stood for liberty as far back as 1688 with the Petition Against Slavery. Philadelphia organized the first protest against slavery in the New World. In 1773, exactly 250 years ago, the people of Philadelphia, led by Dr. Benjamin Rush and others, adopted the Philadelphia Resolutions. This was a list of grievances against the British government regarding the Tea Act. And it resolved that they would not allow the ships to dock here to drop off the tea. This was called the Philadelphia Tea Party. I didn't ever learn about the Philadelphia Tea Party in school. It wasn't the Boston Tea Party, it was the Philadelphia Tea Party, and it was actually planned weeks before the Boston Tea Party. Those that met in the Boston Tea Party to plan it actually discussed what Philadelphia was doing and adopted some of their ideas, and then they added a little bit of a Boston twist by throwing it overboard. But the first place a Tea Party was created was also in Philadelphia. John Adams said that the creation of the Philadelphia Resolutions on October 16, 1773 was the true beginning of the American Revolution. Thomas Paine, he wrote Common Sense here, which staged the ground for the formal declaration. Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, John Adams all lived here in Philadelphia at some point and walked these streets. Philadelphians were the first people to hear the words of the Declaration read aloud, just a few steps from where we are right now. So what does it take to fight for the survival of America? It takes the same qualities it took to found this country. The one I'm going to talk to you about is courage. Historical examples of courage from the Revolutionary War period are abound. We know many of those examples, but I want to share one story with you, a story about Margaret Corbin. Margaret Corbin was 25 years old when her husband joined the Continental Army as a cannon operator. She tagged along and made money taking care of the sick and the wounded and doing their laundry. While returning back to the cannon with a bucket of water for the cannon and her husband, she found her husband dead underneath the cannon. It didn't slow Margaret down, not for a minute. With her help, the cannon continued to fire. She took over his job and shot that cannon. She was hit 3 times by the British, in the left arm, the chest, the jaw, and she was partially paralyzed. Margaret was captured, eventually. The fort was overtaken, but she was released on parole to an Army hospital right here in Philadelphia. Due to her bravery and courage at the Battle of Fort Washington, Congress awarded her a lifelong pension, making her the first woman to receive one. There's a plaque right now in Manhattan in a park that hails her as the first woman to take a soldier's part in the war on liberty. So the question is, what does that courage look like today in fighting for the survival of America? I hope none of us have to take over a cannon at any time in the near future. But I'm going to show you right now what courage looks like in America today. If you are here today and you have stepped up to serve as a chapter chair over a whole county in America, please stand. These are brave, courageous ladies. Stay standing, ladies. If you've spoken at a school board meeting in the last 3 years, stand with them. If you have served on a school board the last 3 years, stand with them. If you've traveled to your state capital to meet with legislators to advocate for parental rights or better education, please stand with them. If you've had to walk through an angry mob yelling at you, please stand. And if you are currently following through with what you know God has told you to do, please stand. Everyone in this room is standing if you can't see. Every last person. You are the courage in America right now. You are the Thomas Paines, the Benjamin Franklins, the Margaret Corbins. We are in a fight for liberty. We are in a fight for the future of this country. It doesn't look like the fight 250 years ago, but make no mistake, this is a fight. America needs you right now. America needs courageous people. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance. May God bless the work all of you in this room are doing, and may God bless our great country. Thank you.
Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this, when currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success, and now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature-regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand-new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I have a new show over there on Rumble that comes out every Tuesday and Friday called Let It Be Heard. What we do is react to videos, we analyze the culture, and we analyze politics from a biblical perspective. I think you're going to enjoy it, so I'll see you over there. God bless.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success, and now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature-regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand-new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Director of National Engagement, Tia Bess.
Mama Bears, Papa Bears, let me hear you make some noise. Woo! Hey, y'all. Did y'all hear that? It's the sound of unity. My name is Tia Bess, the National Director of Engagement, and welcome to my childhood home, Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Lately, Moms for Liberty and the free state of Florida has been labeled anti-LGBT and racist. Do I look like a racist to y'all? Seriously? I stand here before you today as a strong black woman that has her own opinions, her own voice in a two-mom household to advocate that it is time to stop the division and stand together for our kids. Thank you. As part of a two-mom household, I can tell you this, and a black woman living in Florida for 25 years, our state is amazing. At the age of 4, my son, for the very first time, he said, "I love you." And that was a moment of pure joy for me because he's been nonverbal his entire life. And the significant support that he received from in-person therapy, it meant a lot for me and my family.
And the fact is that with his hearing loss and speech delays and being on the autism spectrum, I knew that my son would not survive in a virtual learning environment. I knew that these types of moments would soon fade. So despite the fact that I felt alone and frequently ridiculed at school board meetings, I made the decision to fight for my kids. So, let me tell you about my governor. He came from a family environment that reflected the working class communities that his parents grew up in. His rigorous Ivy League education at both Yale and Harvard helped shape his ability to critically analyze political and social situations. His military record as a judge advocate general in the United States Navy demonstrates his commitment and dedication to serving. In 2018, Ron DeSantis was elected the 46th governor of Florida. And like I said, yes. And like I said in the press conference before, I didn't vote for him. I was just being honest. And all my life, I've seen politicians drift through my neighborhood wearing fake smiles and false promises. But this time, it was time for a change. It was my governor who put the power back into the hands of the parents with the Parental Bill of Rights. And while many states followed the propaganda preached by the administration and closed schools for up to 2 years, Governor DeSantis reopened schools in the fall of 2020. And by him doing that, it allowed my son to have the same opportunity as every little boy and every little girl who were born typically developing. So as I stand here before you today, on the right side of history, I am very proud and grateful for all the work that Governor DeSantis has done for parents and children, especially my son. It is with great honor to introduce my governor, Ron DeSantis!
It is so good to see you all here in Philadelphia. I must say, I think we have something in common more than just our shared belief in education and parents' rights. I see that Moms for Liberty is coming under attack by the left, attacked by the corporate media, protest out here in the streets. Now you know how I feel everywhere I go. But I want to congratulate you for that, because that is a sign that we are winning this fight. And when I see events like they had in New York City where they're chanting some drag queen, "We are coming for your kids," let me tell you something. You start messing with our kids, we've got problems. And I think what we've seen across this country in recent years has awakened the most powerful political force in this country, Mama Bears, and they're ready to roll. And we've done so much on these issues in Florida, and I will do all this as the next president, but I see the issue not just through the lens of a governor or a presidential candidate. I see these issues through the lens of a dad, of a 6, a 5, and a 3-year-old. And my wife and I really believe that parents in this country should be able to send their kids to school, should be able to let them watch cartoons or just be kids without having some agenda shoved down their throat. And this has gone on across this country for far too long. 2024 is the time to put up or shut up. No more excuses about why we can't win against the left. No more excuses about why you didn't do what you said you would do. The time to act is now, and I believe if we do it right, 2024 is going to be the year when the parents across this country finally fight back. Now, it can be done, because I can tell you in Florida, we have shown what winning looks like. We have beat the left on issue after issue after issue, and we are able to deliver the greatest Republican electoral triumph in our state's history in November of 2022. This can happen nationally. We will win these battles all across the nation, and we will make sure that this country, not just the free state of Florida, but the entire United States, stands for the rights of parents and for the well-being of our children. Now, in Florida, we didn't just give lip service to this, because it's very easy to do that. People talk and then, you never see follow-up. We have enacted a Parents' Bill of Rights in the state of Florida because we understand that the purpose of our school systems are to support the communities, to support students and parents. It is not to supersede the rights of parents. Parents have a fundamental right to direct the education and upbringing of their children, and that means being involved in what is being taught in their school. It also means that every parent in this country should be able to have the wherewithal to send their kid to the school of their choice. We've made that a reality in Florida. We've signed universal education savings account legislation so the money will follow the student and the parent. And you're in a situation where you can make intelligent decisions. And what we've done in Florida has worked because it's not just the private scholarship to go to a private school. Yes, that's important. We have 363,000 students in charter schools. They're public schools. They're just not controlled by the school district. And because we've embraced choice, Florida's school districts now offer record number of choice options within the school district. So if you go to Miami-Dade County, our largest county, it's the top performing urban school district in America. You have the vast majority of students attend a school other than their neighborhood public school that they were zoned for. So that's empowering parents. It's creating healthy competition. And what are the results? As somebody that was born and raised and went to school in Florida, I can tell you this wasn't true when I was a kid. The most recent NAEP results, Florida ranked 3rd and 4th in the country in 4th grade reading and 4th grade math. And that's proof in the pudding. So parents should also, in the public schools, have the right to know what curriculum is being used in their kids' schools. And we have enacted curriculum transparency in the state of Florida so parents are able, and it's sad that we even have to go this far, because shouldn't parents be involved anyways? Why would you not want the parents in? Most teachers will tell you if the parents engage, the student is going to do better. And sometimes it's harder to reach the students where they don't have interest from the parents at home. The only reason you would not want the parents involved and that you'd want to shut them off from knowing the curriculum is because you're worried that the parents represent an impediment to you using the schools to advance your agenda. That's why they don't want parents in. So we've done the curriculum transparency, and it's sad that it comes to this. But I guarantee you Florida's better than California, New York, all those by country mile. Yet parents in Florida have had to blow the whistle on inappropriate materials in our schools. They have these books like Gender Queer, which has hardcore pornography, talks about pedophilia. You have a book in Florida that was found in one of the school districts instructing middle schoolers how to use sex apps on their phones. So this is totally inappropriate, and so parents blow the whistle, and obviously no one defends this stuff, and so it gets removed. Now, the left and the media tries to say that means you're banning books. Well, let me tell you something. In Florida, you can buy any of those books that you want, and there's not been a single book that's been banned. Schools, though, have to curate what's in a library or what's in a classroom, and you make decisions about that. You may have one book on George Washington. There's 50 others you could have. That doesn't mean you're banning the other 50. You're making a judgment about what's appropriate. And so to use tax dollars to bring in that type of garbage into our schools is fundamentally wrong, and it has no place. Now, we did an event in Florida. We called it Exposing the Book Ban Hoax. And before I spoke at the press conference, before we had the parents, we had Tia was at this one, we actually played on the screen a 3-minute video that showed what the parents had objected to. The news stations covering the press conference cut their feed because he said it was too graphic to air. Well, if it's too graphic for the 6 o'clock news, how is it appropriate for a 10-year-old school child? So we're standing for what's right. We're standing for what's right. We also have met our promises. You know, a lot of Republicans have promised over the years to eliminate Common Core. We did it in the state of Florida during my governorship. We're also rooting out so-called social emotional learning from our curriculum. And one of the things we've done, since we're the 3rd largest state, we've been actively involved in rejecting textbooks that have ideological indoctrination. And unfortunately, you've seen woke in math books. Some of these social studies books were totally off their rocker, so we raise the objection, send them back. And guess what happens? Because we're an 800-pound gorilla, they make the appropriate changes to the textbooks. So we're winning on that issue. And that's one of the reasons we've been able to do it, is because we've taken action to be very clear on our standards that, among other things, we do not allow things like critical race theory in our K-12 schools. We're not teaching kids to hate our country or to hate each other with your tax dollars. No, we're going to teach true history, and we're going to teach it very, very accurately. We've also leaned in on, and it's sad that we even have to discuss this, but the idea that you would instruct a 2nd grade student that their gender is a choice or that they were born in the wrong body is wrong. And in Florida, we took a stand against that. We said we're not going to have the sexualization of our children in our schools. And I'll tell you, parents across Florida, regardless of party, they appreciated that. They want their kids focused on math and reading and key subjects. They don't want an agenda imposed, particularly things that are inappropriate for school children, like gender ideology. Now, the left didn't like when we did that. The media didn't like when we did that. And there happens to be a company in Central Florida some of you may be familiar with called Disney that didn't like that. And you know, in Florida, Disney, for decades, whatever they've wanted, they've gotten politically. They've basically ruled the roost. And a lot of people said, well, the fact that they're coming out against this legislation, that means that the governor's not going to be able to sign it into law. There's just no way you can go against Disney and come out on the other side of that. Well, I don't know if that were true in the past, but it isn't true with this governor. We don't subcontract our leadership out to woke corporations. We stand for parents and we stand for kids. And there are a lot of Republicans that are taking the side of Disney and attacking me. Let me just tell you this right now. We oppose the sexualization of children. We will fight and do battle with anybody or any institution that's seeking to rob our children of their innocence, and on those principles, we will never compromise. We're one of the first states to enact protections for women's sports. And you have You have a situation where you're on the men's team for 3 years swimming, and then you switch to the women's team, and somehow you're crowned women's national champion? So as a father of 2 daughters, I want our girls and women athletes to have opportunities to compete with fairness and with integrity. And that does not allow that to happen when you allow the males to compete in the women's sports. So it's an important issue about making sure we have opportunity. But I'd say even larger than that is when you take someone that swam on the men's team for 3 years, they switch to women's, and you crown them women's champion, you're asking us to be complicit in a fraud. That is not true. And you got to have society rooted in truth. So don't tell me things like men can get pregnant or any of that. We need to base our society on truth. And that's what we're doing in Florida. We've also enacted protections to protect women athletes from having intrusions into their locker rooms by males. And Florida is the first state, I believe, in legislation I recently signed, where we are not allowing teachers to require students to choose pronouns. We're not doing the pronoun Olympics in Florida, and that's just the way it's going to be. And it's sad that we even have to say this, but we have done, not just through our Board of Medicine, but even now through statute, we have prohibited puberty blockers and operations on gender for minors. It's mutilation. It's wrong. And it has no place in our society. And we need to step up and say this and take action. So it's important that we fight back on the left on all this stuff. And in Florida, show me somewhere else where we've won on all this stuff consistently. And but it's not enough to just beat them and stop them from taking over. We got to have a positive vision of what we want things like education to be. So what have we done in Florida? We've launched an initiative to get American civics back into our schools in a very big way. We need to teach kids about the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. We need to teach them what it means to be an American. And not only have we done more curriculum, we have a bonus program for teachers. We've created a 50-hour course for continuing education. We've got people, scholars from like Hillsdale College and Heritage Foundation that have helped create this so that you actually know, how did America come to be? What are the ideas and principles that have formed this republic? Because no matter what our students do, they're going to go into a whole different host of things. Every one of them are going to be citizens of this republic, and we owe it to them and to ourselves to ensure we're not graduating a bunch of listless vessels that have no clue about why people have fought and died for this country. So they are going to get what they need, and we're going to do that nationwide to elevate civics as something that's important in American society. What else have we been for? As much as we're for choice and all this stuff with the scholarships, I want our school districts to do well. I graduated from public school in the state of Florida. So we have done more increases in pay for teachers than in any time in Florida history. But we conditioned the money could only go to teachers, it could not go to bureaucracy, and it could not go to unions. We've also enacted a positive vision for higher education. And you hear a lot of complaints from conservatives and others about the politicization of higher education, the ideology, and yet how many people have actually done anything about it? So in Florida, our view is very simple. Our public university system is supported by taxpayers, and it needs to serve the best interests of the state of Florida. It is not there to impose an ideological agenda on the students. It's not there to foment political activism. It is there for the pursuit of truth. It's there to promote academic rigor, and it's there to prepare our students to be citizens of this republic. So we're reorienting it into that direction, and we have meat on the bones. And I remember when I was in college, I had never seen some of the leftism that I saw. And I was like, man, this is crazy. But I always told myself, none of this will fly once you get off campus. Once you get into the real world, this stuff doesn't work. And I believe that then. Fast forward now a couple decades, the joke was kind of on people like me who thought this wouldn't get beyond the campus, because it's now that ideology has seeped into all these institutions. And so it matters that we get higher education right. In Florida, all tenured professors now must undergo review every 5 years and can be let go. We saw yesterday the Supreme Court uphold the Constitution and say no racial discrimination in college admissions. And in Florida, that's been our law, so we didn't allow, so it's not going to impact us. We're colorblind admissions. But Florida is the first state to go even further than that. We have eliminated DEI from our public universities. They say it's diversity, equity, and inclusion, but the way it's practiced, it's ideology imposed on the institution. And the way it's done in practice, DEI better stands for division, exclusion, and indoctrination, and that has no place in our public institutions. So Florida shows you can not only stand up to the left, you can beat the left, and you can even beat them in institutions that they, for decades, just assume was their little playpen where they can do whatever they want. And so you can't cede any ground to these people. They are pursuing a very toxic agenda, a very toxic ideology, and this woke agenda is something that's not just theoretical. If it controls every institution in our society, this country will fail. We are not going to be able to remain a free society if we're in the clutches of a toxic ideology. And I saw this firsthand. I happened to be out in California recently, and I went into San Francisco. And what did I see there? Within 10 minutes, I saw people defecating on the sidewalk. I saw criminals be able to run the street. I saw people using crack and fentanyl. Right by the Nancy Pelosi federal courthouse, they were doing this. And that's a result of leftist ideology imposed on a city. Yeah, they lock down, they've let criminals loose, they've imposed this agenda, and the whole society has decayed. And so this stuff matters, and I know some people dismiss the idea that we should be concerned about woke ideology. Some people don't like to talk about it. First of all, just in and of itself, I think it's important that we recognize we need to be rooted in truth. Men can't get pregnant, babies aren't born racist. No, none of that is true. And so we're not going to let our society function on false premises. But woke ideology and that agenda affects Americans when it gets captive public policy. Think about our economy. When they do things like ESG, environment, social governance, it's basically just a ruse to impose a leftist agenda on society. The average person will become poorer as a result of that agenda being imposed. The average person will be less free as a result of that agenda being imposed. And oh, by the way, in Florida, you've had, and Tina helped us, when they go with the woke banking to discriminate against conservatives, we've said that that is no longer allowed in Florida. No woke banking, no social credit scores. You treat everybody equally. And we've also said we're not going to accept the imposition of a central bank digital currency in Florida. Watch out for that. As president, we'll nix that right away on day one, but they want to control all your transactions. Won't happen on my watch. Don't worry about that. When woke ideology overtakes education, our students become dumber as a result of that. When woke ideology overtakes criminal justice, the average citizen becomes less safe as a result of that. And so this is an important fight. And in Florida, we fought the woke all across the board. And as president, I will fight the woke in the corporations. I will fight the woke in the schools. I will fight the woke in the halls of Congress. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. We are going to leave woke ideology in the dustbin of history where it belongs. So our task is simple going forward. We're called upon to preserve what the father of our country called the sacred fire of liberty. This is a fire that burned right down the street here in 1776 when 56 men pledged their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor to establish a new nation conceived in liberty. It's a fire that burned at a cemetery not that far from here in this state when the first Republican president pledged this nation to a new birth of freedom. It's a fire that burned in the hearts and the bosoms of people who stormed the beaches of Normandy, defeated the Nazis, and preserved freedom throughout the world. It's a fire that burned at the foot of the Berlin Wall when a resolute president said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." So it's our responsibility to carry this torch. It's not a responsibility we should shirk from. It's a responsibility we should welcome. We're required to stand firm for the truth. We're required to be resolute in defense of our enduring American principles. And above all, we're required to show courage in the face of enemy fire. And you see it for what you're doing, you get attacked. You get smeared. Obviously, somebody like me, I deal with it when I roll out of bed in the morning. But here's the deal. We are not going to save our country if we are not willing to accept that there's going to be sacrifices, there's going to be arrows that we're going to have to take. And the question is, the people that pledged their lives, their fortune, their sacred honor in 1776 knew that if they didn't win, their heads would have been chopped off. The people that fought for us in World War II knew if they didn't win that struggle, the whole country, the whole world would have descended into tyranny. And they were willing to not only risk their lives, many of them gave their lives. We're not called upon to make sacrifices that grand. We're merely called upon to stand strong against the left and bring this 2024 election to a positive conclusion, but more importantly, be able to actually implement the agenda that we know this country needs. I will get that done, guys. Thank you so much. God bless you all. We appreciate you. No excuses. The time is now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Moms for Liberty co-founder Tiffany Justice.
I think so.
Yep, ready. Okay, wonderful. So thank you for sitting down with me. You're my governor, too. I live in the free state of Florida, and so many of the moms and dads over the past 2.5 years have watched as you have led in Florida. You know, I've shared with you before, I would have moms tell me, I just wish Ron DeSantis was my governor because my school has been closed for 18 months. So when you were going through COVID, right, and our moms were standing out on the side of the road asking you, unmask our children, we had signs made. What were you thinking? Were you surprised at what was happening in the country? And I know there were some hard decisions to make.
Honestly, looking back, I'm surprised that there wasn't more protest, because I think what happened, there was a massive hysteria. When a guy like me was out saying, you know, we got to have businesses functioning and schools, I was pilloried. I mean, I was attacked. We were being accused of wanting everybody to die and all this stuff. And so when the moms were stepping out, anybody that was stepping out at that time, you know, you were really doing that kind of at your peril. You were cutting totally against the grain. And so I appreciated seeing that, because I can tell you a lot of what I was doing, I didn't have a lot of air cover for. I mean, when I would come out and do this stuff, I would be attacked by the left, I'd be attacked by corporate media, I'd be attacked by Fauci, the bureaucracy, the White House task force, and even some Republicans. I mean, I had Republicans attacking me, saying it was reckless to have kids in school and all this stuff. So at that time, we were in a situation where you either stand up for what's right, or you just kind of bow down to the mob. And I think that Moms for Liberty has done well, because they were willing to stand up at a time when very many people were not willing to stand up because you didn't want to face any blowback. But as a leader, your job is to put the interests of the people you represent above your own political hide. And I was getting pilloried for all this. A lot of people said that I frittered away a chance for a second term at the time because they said that I was cutting too much against the grain of public opinion. And I didn't know if that was true or not. But at the end of the day, you got to be willing to look yourself in the mirror knowing you did the right thing for the right reason, and you let the political chips fall where they may.
So let's talk about running for president. Tell us a little bit about your family. Your wife, Casey, you have 3 kids. Let us know a little bit about that. And what has it been like for you? I mean, running for president, long hours, lots of travel. What is campaigning with a big family like that like for you?
Well, it's fun. I mean, I think our kids, 6, 5, and 3, they're at the age. So, we in both governor campaigns, they had no clue really what's going on, right? They have a little bit of idea, but none of the negative. It goes. They're just not exposed to it. So in that sense, it's been good. And it's funny. Because at the same time, we're out there doing this, but we're parents and we're dealing with kids just like anyone. So we were in Oklahoma a couple weeks ago. The governor there endorsed me. He's a great guy. And he's like, you got to come to the rodeo with us after our event. So we brought our 3 kids to the rodeo. The problem was we had to catch a flight back to Florida, and we weren't able to stay for the bulls. Well, my kids were very upset that they didn't get to watch the bulls. And so the next week, it just so happens we're in Reno, Nevada, at their rodeo, and we were staying the night because the next day I was speaking at this bass fry in outside of Reno. And so I told my kids, I said, listen, and we flew out there that morning, so we're on Pacific time, but 10 o'clock at night Pacific is 1 in the morning. I told the kids, I said, if you guys stay up for the bulls, I'll be here as long as you want. You can make it. Awesome. 2 of the 3 stayed up for the bulls. They were able to see the bulls, and then we went home. So they were very happy that they were able to do it. And we're going to be taking them for some 4th of July parades coming up on July 4th, which will be fun. But it's a type of thing where, and we did it with Governor too, I used to take the kids to press conferences. I mean, I would literally be at the press conference on COVID, and I'd have my son Mason or my daughter Madison just hanging out by the podium, just kind of watching, and we do it. And it's just because my wife and I, we just want to spend as much time with them as possible. And so if we can bring the family when we're going, it's great. I think it is good experiences for them, but a lot of it for us is just due. I always try to be home. Anytime I'm doing stuff like in Florida, I always just try to be home in time for dinner, right after dinner, be able to put them to bed, and then be there the next morning. And so we're juggling all that. My wife is a superstar. Some of you know her, and she does a great job. But I think the issue is, too, this is personal for us because we're living through what you all are living through, and we're concerned about what type of a country are our kids going to inherit, what type of education are they going to be exposed to. And so these are issues that I think are foundational for us to succeed as a community, as a state, as a country, but it's also something we're concerned about as parents. I kind of felt like when I was growing up, there weren't all these attempts to indoctrinate kids like there are now. And so we got to put a stop to it. We've done more, obviously, in Florida than anywhere, but we need to do it nationwide. Education, not indoctrination, needs to be the United States policy.
So I was serving on school board during COVID. I served from 2016 to 2020. Tina also on a school board. One of the things that was so surprising to us, we were sitting there on the dais, right? Parents are coming, and they're really concerned. Their children are being harmed in school. And yet this fundamental right as a parent to direct the upbringing of your children, their medical care, their education, their morality, their religion, it seemed to come into question. And so the question I really have for you that I think a lot of American parents want to know, these fundamental rights that we have, rights that the government doesn't give us, and that they can't take away easily, right? How will you, as the next president of the United States, help us to protect our fundamental rights as Americans?
Great, it's true. I mean, this is, that this is even in question. I don't even think 10 years ago it would have been. Certainly 20, 25 years ago it would have been in question. And you see it. What are they trying to do in California now? Yep. They're trying to say, maybe you have a 12-year-old daughter. Daughter comes to you and says, you know what, I think I'm really a boy. If you don't accept that, you could lose custody of your own kid. That's the direction they're going. And so I don't think that that's acceptable in the United States of America. We can't allow that to happen. So we will pull the levers that we have available to us to be able to defend the rights of parents. And part of being an executive is you're not just the head of like a company. You're the head of one branch of government. But there's checks and balances. There's different constitutional authorities. So you need to know what levers are available to you, what type of leverage you have to be able to bring these things into fruition. Some will be through executive. There's things you can do through federal agencies, like, for example, protect women's sports and not have the gender ideology in the back. There's definitely things you can do on those. There's things that Congress are going to need to do to be able to do that. So we have a good understanding going in on day one what all those authorities are, and we'll pull the levers that we need to. I think it's also important to understand, you only get so many bites of the apple at this. We win. I think we'll win the House and Senate for sure. So you go in, and you have an opportunity. You got to be ready on day one, and you're going to have 6-9 months to start where things will be very possible. Then they go on August recess. Then Congress comes back, and they dilly a little more. Then maybe a little bit in the midterm year, but then they start worrying about the midterms. Then you have the midterms. That could change the complexion of Congress. Maybe you get another bite coming there, but then they're going to start worrying about the presidential election. Then you get reelected, you have a crescendo, you go in, you can do stuff for another 6 or 9 months. Then they start worrying about the midterms, and then lo and behold, after the midterms, you're a lame duck president. And so if you're not ready on day one, none of this stuff is going to get done. And I think what we've shown in Florida is we leave no meat on the bone. How many times have you voted for somebody who promised you a bunch of things and delivered on all the promises? Not very often, I would say. In Florida, we over-delivered on our promises. We did more than we promised. And that's the mindset you got to have. But you got to have that discipline, you got to have that focus, and you got to be relentless to be able to bring all this in for a landing.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. That's awesome. It makes us very hopeful. So soon, later today, we're going to hear from Manny Diaz. He's the Commissioner of Education. Has it surprised you as governor to see a lot of different organizations kind of coming through the back door of schools, right? It kind of usurping the role of the school boards and putting this indoctrination into schools. Were you surprised by the level of the sexualization, right? I mean, you showed the video of the books. I heard when you saw one of the books, you were shocked. I think there are still people in America that don't realize this is really happening. So, where do we go from here where it seems like there's a real disconnect sometimes?
No, I think educating the public on what's going on is important. We have not done that enough. We've done it some in Florida. Buckle your seatbelts. We are going to be doing that across this country. So just be ready for that. And why you would be doing that is beyond me. But I think you're right. There's groups out there that just, maybe they have a relationship with the teacher union. So they hotwire this stuff straight in without any debate, without anything. These textbook companies. One of the reasons, and Manny will probably talk about it, we lean in against the textbooks. We just want education, right? If you're trying to impose an agenda, we are going to reject the book. So give it to us straight. And what happens is, because we have such a big population, a lot of these companies have made changes that then make the book a normal school book. But this is going in all directions, and if you don't have kind of a united front against it, it is absolutely going to end up winning the day. Very, very insidious, but I think part of it is conservatives have allowed the left, they just said, oh, education is for the left, and we don't really care about that. No. I'm fighting on all this ground to do what's right, and we have to do that. You cannot cede any ground, because if you cede ground, they are going to take that, and they are going to advance further, and then we end up in the hole that we can't dig ourselves out of.
So we have a few more minutes. I want to talk about Casey for a second. We had hoped she'd be able to join us. I know there were some travel issues, but she's done some wonderful things in Florida fighting for kids and families. And I think right now in this time, seeing a husband and wife together on the campaign trail and the really strong relationship you have has been really wonderful to watch. So can you just tell us a little bit about what that means to you to have Casey by your side as you run for president?
Well, I think she's a phenomenal wife and mother and really just a great first lady. She's been an inspiration to a lot of people in Florida, particularly women, when she successfully battled breast cancer. Tough thing to go through. And a lot of people really saw how she handled that. She's also been very outspoken on behalf of mothers. So she did a Mama's movement for our governor campaign. And her goal was to sign up 1 million mamas throughout the state of Florida. And because it's Florida, we do the grandmas too, so it's both. She ended up signing up 1.1 million mamas throughout the state of Florida. So she's going to take that national and sign up mamas. And I do think, I said it up there, I think moms are the key political force for this 2024 cycle. We have an opportunity to harness all the energy, all the concern, and harness that to good things. So she's done a great job on that. So one thing she's done substantively that I think other states are now copying, she created a program called Hope Florida, Pathway to Prosperity, focused on primarily single moms with children to not have them be in welfare and on government dole, but to actually get them on a road to self-sufficiency. But to do that, you can't just keep cutting checks. That's never going to work. So she's created a care portal. Someone comes in. Those bureaucrats are now considered hope navigators to try to link the mother with resources in the community. The portal allows churches to plug in, businesses, nonprofits, volunteers. So maybe the mom has been displaced from her apartment. She couldn't afford the rent. That goes in. You may have a local church come. They put her up. And guess what happens? When those moms, those single moms end up in the hands of churches or community groups, they don't come back for the government assistance. They get on a pathway to prosperity and self-sufficiency. And so I think she's done a remarkable job with it. But that is a model for how we would do this nationally, to recognize government cannot be the answer to these problems. How many trillions have we spent since the 1960s saying we were going to end poverty? And it hasn't happened. It's made it more entrenched. And so harnessing community groups, harnessing the faith community, doing all that, that gives people a sense of purpose. And that's how you end up becoming self-sufficient.
I love that. It's a wonderful program. I want to thank you for joining us, talking about your family a little bit, answering some questions, getting to know our audience. I just want to let everyone know that after this, we're going to have a 30-minute break. If you look at the screens, you'll see the breakout sessions that we have coming up, Comprehensive Sex Education with Kelly Shinkowski, that you don't want to miss that. You need to know what's happening in your children's classrooms, and Kelly's going to walk you step by horrible step through comprehensive sex ed, Faith of Our Founders in room 2, and Mastering the Spin in room 3. I hope you all enjoy those sessions. Governor DeSantis, it has been a pleasure speaking to you.
Keep up the great work. We've got a big fight on our hands. Don't back down.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I have a new show over there on Rumble that comes out every Tuesday and Friday called Let It Be Heard. What we do is react to videos, we analyze the culture, and we analyze politics from a biblical perspective. I think you're going to enjoy it, so I'll see you over there. God bless.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this, when currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I have a new show over there on Rumble that comes out every Tuesday and Friday called Let It Be Heard. What we do is react to videos, we analyze the culture, and we analyze politics from a biblical perspective. I think you're going to enjoy it, so I'll see you over there. God bless.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success, and now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature-regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Wow, it's so soft.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the stage and welcome Executive Director of Program Development, Marie Rogerson.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had some great informative strategy sessions. We've got a whole lineup of them for the weekend. We're glad you're here for our lunch session. We're going to have a great one with Nikki Haley. But we're going to kick off this session, right, with a word of prayer. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Glenn Clary, Executive Vice President of Liberty University.
Let's join together and go to the Lord in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, as we approach your throne of grace today, we're like the prophet Isaiah who comes in your presence and we say, woe is me. But then we say, Lord, we hear you saying, who shall I send? Who shall go for me? And this collective body has said, here I am, I'll go for you, Lord. And we thank you for their efforts in Moms for Liberty and what they're doing for the children of the United States of America. We pray, Lord, that you would protect them, you would watch over them, you would guide them, you would give them wisdom. And Lord, in a body such as this, with so many people in it, we know that there are those who are going through trials, tribulations, different things. Lord, they're being attacked by the enemy. And we just pray your blanket of protection and love and grace and mercy be upon each body that's represented here today. Guide and direct us. We thank you for the two leaders, Tina and Tiffany. We lift them up to you in prayer. And we ask, Lord, that you would be with them as they lead this marvelous group who's doing great things in our nation. We thank you for the children, and we ask, Lord, because you have said it is for us as a heritage and that you will protect us as we protect them. And we look forward to that. Thank you for this opportunity to be together. Bless this food to our bodies so that we may do your will. In your name we pray and ask these things. And all God's people said, amen. Thank you.
South Carolina Chapter Chair, Autumn Dunlap.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you guys have had a wonderful morning. It has been absolutely phenomenal. I have the distinct honor to stand up here and speak on a lady that has done so much for my home state. And I'm going to get to this in just one quick second, but I just want to take a moment to say thank you to each and every one of you. We could not be here if it wasn't for every single person. Sorry. So, without further ado, in 2010, Nikki Haley was elected the 116th governor in South Carolina. She was the youngest governor in the country and the first minority female governor in America. Now that in itself is a feat. She is the only female governor in South Carolina history. During Governor Haley's tenure, South Carolina was a national leader in economic development. She's also known as the best in the Southeast, and I happen to agree. The state's unemployment rate hit a 15-year low, saw over $20 billion in new capital investment, and her administration announced new jobs in every county in our state. Whew, sorry. In 2013, her husband, Michael, who was a combat veteran, was deployed to Afghanistan, making her the first governor in U.S. history to have her spouse deployed. Now, I'm sure there are many of you that have had a family member or a spouse deployed, and I cannot imagine what that does to a spouse alone. But to be a spouse in the position of what she did and what she did for our state, and still know that half of her heart was fighting for the country, for the freedoms that we have today, is something that I will forever be grateful for. So the people of South Carolina decisively re-elected her in 2014. Just 2 short years later, Time magazine named her as one of 100 most influential people in the world. In 2016, President Donald Trump nominated her as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. In that role, she served as a member of the President's cabinet and on the National Security Council. As an ambassador, she ensured that the American people saw value for their investment, defended U.S. interests, kept our country safe, and championed for human rights. For her work at the UN, Forbes named her one of the world's 100 most powerful women. And I have to say that I'm in a room full of the rest of those today. After serving in the Trump administration, she founded Stand for America. She continues to fight for policies and candidates that ensure America's freedom at home and strength abroad. And before we bring her out, I just want to share, of all of these accolades, one of the things that I do respect the most about her is that she is a mom that loves. She loves her family. She loves her children. She loves her state, and she loves this nation. And it's not just something that I say from seeing somebody on a screen or being at a meeting and seeing her on stage. But as she was actually getting ready to announce her candidacy for governor of South Carolina, I had the opportunity to meet her, and I didn't know that it was going to happen when it did. So I'm very blessed that I have a family that helped watch my little ones when I had to run around and do some things, and I called my mom and I said, hey, I'm on the way. I'm almost there to pick them up. She said, okay, yeah, we're just sitting down talking with Nikki, getting a few things worked out. And I walk in the door to their business and I went, Mom, you didn't tell me you meant that, Nikki. I would have put some more makeup on. But I tell you what, she has been one of the most genuine-hearted people that I have ever met. To walk in and see her sitting down with my children, with my little daughter at the time, and my 2 boys, like they were in her own family, you can never put words on that. And it's something that somebody can do from a stage, but when you see it in person and you know that it's genuine, it stays forever. So I'm very happy to announce candidate for President, Ambassador Nikki Haley.
Everybody. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's great to be here, and I've got to tell you, there is nothing I love more than being in a room with a group of girlfriends. And we appreciate you fellas that decided to join us as well. The fact that you showed up here, I was talking to the press, and the press said, you're a mom, so what do you think these moms want to hear? And I said, you know what? I said, moms care about a lot of things. It's not just schools. We care about the debt. We care about crime. We care about national security. We care about the border. Moms care about everything that matters that affects their families. So to tell you a little bit about myself, I was born and raised in a small rural town in South Carolina, 2,500 people, 2 stoplights. You couldn't think about doing something wrong without somebody already telling your mom. We were the only Indian family in that small southern town. We weren't white enough to be white. We weren't black enough to be black. They didn't know who we were, what we were, why we were there. And I remember when I would get teased on the playground, my mom would always say, your job is not to show them how you're different. Your job is to show them how you're similar. It's amazing how our country could use my mom's advice right now. And even though they didn't know why we were there, my parents knew why we were there, because there was never a day they didn't remind me, my brothers, and my sister how blessed we were to live in America. My mom started a business out of the living room of our home. 30 plus years later, it was a very successful company. I started doing the books for the business when I was 13. It wasn't until I got to college that I realized that was child labor. I went on to Clemson, go Tigers, and got a degree in accounting. I'm an accountant, not a lawyer. And met my husband my very first weekend there. We dated for 7 years. We've been married for 26. We have 2 children. And I went off and worked in the corporate world for a while, and then I came back home to the family business. And one day I happened to be telling my mom how hard it was to make a dollar and how easy it was for government to take it. And my mom said, quit complaining about it, do something about it. I did not know you weren't supposed to run against a 30-year incumbent in a primary. Ignorance is bliss, and once I realized he was related to half the district, the only option was to win. So I went around the district. My husband was driving. I was in the passenger seat. My 2 little ones were in the back seat, and I went around the district, and I said, you know, we've got way too many lawyers at the State House. I think they need a really good accountant. And the district took a chance on me, and we won. When I got to the State House, I got to work. And what we saw in South Carolina is at that time a lot of bills were passed by a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And one day they decided to pass a bill that would give legislators a pay raise. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, it was silent. The ayes have it. Yet to this day, you can't find any legislator that says they voted themselves a pay raise. We had a Republican House, a Republican Senate, and a Republican governor, and I was furious. And I went to the Speaker of the House and I said, this is exactly why people don't trust us. And I filed a bill that said anything important enough to be debated on the floor of the House or the Senate is important enough for the people to know how their legislators voted. And the Speaker said, put the bill away. We don't need to have it. We will decide what the public needs to see and what they don't. I remember going home to my husband that night saying, if I can't even get legislative votes on the record, what am I doing here? And he said, then fight. So I went around the state of South Carolina and said, did you know of all the bills passed in the House, only 8% were on the record? Of all the bills passed in the Senate, only 1% was on the record. So if you didn't know how your House member voted 92% of the time, if you didn't know how your senator voted 99% of the time, how did you know who to vote for when you went to the polls? And the people of South Carolina were shocked. To put this into perspective, my first year in office, I was chairman of the freshman class. My second year, I was majority whip. My third year, I was on a powerful business committee. My fourth year, I was subcommittee chair of banking. The year that I wouldn't put the bill away, they stripped me of everything. I could take the well, no one would hear me speak. I could sponsor a bill, no one would co-sponsor. So I ran for governor. And I'm proud to say that now one of the first bills that I signed into law when I became governor is now in South Carolina. Everything debated on the floor of the House or the Senate requires a legislative vote on the record. And we took it a step further and we did it on every section of the budget as well. And I love music, so on the day of the bill signing, I blasted throughout the State House, Pat Benatar's Hit Me With Your Best Shot. When I became governor, South Carolina was hurting. People were down on South Carolina. We were the butt of the jokes. All of our jobs had gone to the textile industry, and we had some serious work to do. By the time I left, we were building planes with Boeing. We were building more BMWs than any place in the world. We brought in Mercedes-Benz. We brought in Volvo, 5 international tire companies, and they were calling us the beast of the Southeast, which I loved. We took the unemployment rate from 11% down to 4%. We moved 35,000 people from welfare to work. We put reforms in our correction system, and we now have the lowest recidivism rate in the country. And South Carolina was named the friendliest state in the country, the most patriotic state in the country, and the #2 state in the country people were moving to. Love you. And then I got the call for the United Nations. And my response, and I'm not kidding, was, I don't even know what the United Nations does. I just know everybody hates it. But when you get a chance to serve your country, you jump. And so we got to work. I wanted countries to know what America was for and what America was against. I didn't care if they didn't like me, but I wanted them to respect America. So we got to work. We pulled ourselves out of the Iran deal. We moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. We passed the largest set of sanctions against a country in a generation with North Korea. But the most important thing that we did, we took the kick me sign off of our backs, and we were respected again at the United Nations. Now I'm running for president, and I don't need to tell you how bad things are. You don't have to turn on the news to see it. We are $32 trillion in debt. We are having to borrow money just to make our interest payments. Now, I would love to tell you Biden did that to us. But I've always spoken hard truths, and I'm going to do that with you today. Our Republicans did that to us, too. You go look at that $2.2 trillion COVID stimulus bill that they passed with no accountability whatsoever, left us with 90 million Americans on Medicaid, 42 million Americans on food stamps. And did Republicans try and make it right? No, they doubled down and opened up earmarks for the first time in 10 years, passing through 7,000 of them in December. Want to know how they spent your money? $30 million on an honors college in Vermont, $10 million to tear down a hotel in Alaska, $7.5 million for a courthouse in Colorado. And the list goes on. All while 1 in 6 families can't pay their utility bill, 60% of Americans are in credit card debt. Social Security will go bankrupt in 10 years. Medicare will go bankrupt in 8. Everybody talked about our education and said, oh, but COVID did that to us. No, we had problems with education before COVID. Pre-COVID, 67% of 8th graders in our country were not proficient in reading or math. Think about that. Just came out a few weeks ago that over 80% of 8th graders are not proficient in history or civics. This week it comes out that 13-year-olds on reading and math is the lowest it's been in decades. Yet we still have so many kids going through critical race theory, which if a little girl goes into kindergarten, if she's white, you're telling her she's bad. If she's brown or black, you're telling her she's never going to be good enough and she's always going to be a victim. You've got biological boys playing in girls' sports. This is one of the biggest women's issues of our time. My daughter ran track in high school. I don't even know how I would have that conversation with her. How are we supposed to get our girls comfortable with biological boys in their locker room? You can't. Think about that. And then recently, Johns Hopkins comes out with the definition of a woman. Did you see what it was? A non-man. They are literally trying to erase all the progress we have made in all of this time. And then everybody wonders why a third of our teenage girls last year seriously contemplated suicide. We're supposed to be raising strong girls. We've got to fight that fight. No matter what they try and call you, we have to fight for our girls. And can I just say, God bless the Supreme Court. They are making a lot of wrongs right. We've seen it. They've made, they've corrected things on religious liberty. We're seeing that they're correcting things on student loans. But the affirmative action is really important. And the reason it's important is because the liberals continue to try and put minorities down. And the way they do it is they say, oh, but, minority parents don't need to pick the schools for their kids. We know better, we'll pick it. Or You're disenfranchising by having voter ID. Minorities are capable of going to the DMV and getting an ID. We do it every day. So they continue to want to say that minorities can't, and I'm going to tell you, yes, we can. We always have. All minorities want is freedom. Freedom to do and be anything we want to be. You look at if that wasn't enough of the issues that we have, crime's at an all-time high, and then you look at the border. Let me tell you, I've been to the border, and I didn't go and pull a Kamala and come back. I went 400 miles down that border. You're not ready for what I saw. Mounds of clothes, mounds of shoes, paraphernalia, rape areas that the women and girls have to walk through to get by. When you get up in the morning, you get your coffee and you watch the news. When these ranchers get up in the morning, they get their coffee and they go see if anyone died trying to cross the fence. They pick up whatever little kids were left behind and turn them over to Border Patrol. I met with multiple sheriffs. They said before 7 a.m., they round up whatever illegal immigrants they can. They turn them over to Border Patrol. Border Patrol documents them and releases them until their court date years from now. And when you ask Border Patrol about their job, they said, you want to know what we do? We're glorified babysitters. They don't let us do our job. 5 million illegal immigrants. We had enough fentanyl cross the border last year that would kill every single American. Number one cause of death for adults 18 to 49, fentanyl. And don't think for a second China doesn't know what they're doing when they send it over. And then you've got our national security situation. Did you ever think we'd look at the sky and see a Chinese spy balloon looking back at us? You've got Russia invading Ukraine, you've got North Korea testing ballistic missiles, you've got Iran building a bomb. But make no mistake, none of that would have happened had we not had that debacle in Afghanistan. My husband's a combat veteran. He deployed to Afghanistan. The idea that we left Bagram Air Force Base in the middle of the night without telling our allies who stood shoulder to shoulder with us for decades because we asked them to be there. Think about what that told our friends. More importantly, think about what that told our enemies. So that's a lot of bad, right? It's hard to find anything good. But now I'm going to tell you what I told South Carolinians when I became governor. No more whining. No more complaining. Now we get to work. How do we fix it? When it comes to the economy, let's claw back the $500 billion of unspent COVID dollars. Instead of 87,000 IRS agents going after middle America, let's go after the hundreds of billions of dollars of COVID fraud that exist. If 8% of our budget is interest, quit borrowing. Cut up the credit cards. You have to balance a budget every day. I had to balance a budget as governor. Why is Congress the only group that refuses to balance a budget? We will stop the spending. We will stop the borrowing. We will stop the earmarks, and I will veto any spending bill that doesn't take us back to pre-COVID levels. We will get our financial wallets in shape. When it comes to education, what we knew in South Carolina was if a child couldn't read by 3rd grade, they were 4 times less likely to graduate high school. So we started holding them back. We did reading remediation programs. We brought in their parents. We did summer programs. We started setting our kids up for success. We need to do that across the country. And let me tell you something. We need to make sure we have full transparency in the classroom. We have one job. As moms, we have one job, and that's to make sure that we give our kids the best education, the best opportunities, and freedom to do and be anything they want to be without anyone getting in the way. There is no reason school bureaucrats should hide what they teach, what they say, or what they know from us when it comes to our kids. And parents should be able to decide which schools their kids go to. We don't need a child going to school based on a zip code, based on where they're born and raised. Every child deserves a good education. And every parent deserves to know what's being taught and where they're being taught. We've got to fight for this. This is our kids that we're talking about. Then let's put vocational classes back in high schools. Well, let's start building things in America again. We have apprenticeships all over South Carolina. We teach kids to build the things we make. We need to do that around the country. And when it comes to our universities, we're going to say you either take Chinese money or American money, but the days of taking both are over. We'll get that Chinese infiltration out of our universities. And when it comes to the border, we'll do what we need to. When I was governor, we passed one of the toughest illegal immigration laws in the country. We did a mandatory E-Verify program that required every business to have to prove the person they were hiring was in this country legally. We will do a national E-Verify program. We will defund sanctuary cities once and for all. Instead of the 87,000 IRS agents, we'll put 25,000 Border Patrol and ICE agents on the ground and let them do their job. We will go back to remain in Mexico because guess what? Nobody else wants to remain in Mexico, so we'll go back to that policy. And instead of catch and release, we will start to catch and deport. That is how we will take care of the situation on our border. And when it comes to national security, we'll let countries know what we expect of them. When I was at the United Nations, there were two things that our enemies never wanted us to have. They never wanted us to have a strong military, and they never wanted us to be energy independent. Strong militaries don't start wars. Strong militaries prevent wars. And when it comes to energy independence, we should do all of the above energy. No more going hat in hand to Saudi Arabia or getting dirty oil from Iran and Venezuela. And when I was at the United Nations and we made the push to move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, we were heavily condemned for it. And I was so upset, I went back to my office after the vote. And I said, I want you to put a book together. And in that book, I want you to list all 193 countries. The second column, I want you to show the percentage of times they voted with the U.S. and against the U.S. And I want the third column to be how much foreign aid we give them. I took that book and I gave it to President Trump. He lost his mind. He's flipping pages. He's yelling out countries. And I said, I'm not saying that you give foreign aid based on a percentage vote at the UN, but that should be one of the things we look at. Stop trying to buy friends. Stop paying off enemies. Last year, we gave $50 billion in foreign aid. Do you know who we gave it to? Pakistan, that harbored terrorists that tried to kill our soldiers. Iraq, that has Iranian influence that says death to America every day. Zimbabwe, the most anti-American African country there is. We give money to Belarus, who's holding hands with Russia as they invade Ukraine. And yes, we give money to communist Cuba, who America named a state sponsor of terrorism, who is putting up a spy center in Cuba as we speak with China. And the one that makes me sick to my stomach, we give money to China. How weak do we look? When I am president, we will no longer give money to countries that hate America. So we have the solutions. We know what we need to do to bring freedom back to our country, to go and get our country back on track. But the one thing that bothers me the most is this national self-loathing that has taken over our country. The idea that they say America is rotten or racist. I was elected the first female minority governor in history. America's not racist, we're blessed. Our kids need to know to love America. They need to be saying the Pledge of Allegiance when they start school every day. Last week, I dropped my husband off at 4 a.m. for another year-long deployment. And I watched him and 230 soldiers pick up 2 duffel bags to load a bus to go to a country they had never been, all in the name of protecting our freedoms. They're willing to sacrifice their lives and leave their families for a year because they believe in this experiment that is America. They don't care about all of this chaos and craziness and drama that we have going on in our country. They just care about defending the country they love so much. And so if they will do that for us, don't we need to fight for them here? Don't we need to fight for our freedoms the way they're fighting for our freedoms there? We've got a country to save. But if we want to save her, we have to have a new generational leader. We can't look back. We've got to look forward. We've got new problems with new solutions. And if we want to save our country, it's going to take a lot of courage. Courage for me to run, and courage for every one of you to know, don't complain about what we get in a general election if you don't play in this primary. And personally, I think to save the country, we need to send a badass Republican woman to this White House. So I know that we can do this, and I know by all of you showing up today and showing that you care, we will get this done. But someone asked me why I was running. And I said, you know, my parents came here 50 years ago to an America that was strong and proud and full of opportunities. I want them to know that country again. I'm doing this for my husband and his military brothers and sisters because they need to know their sacrifice means something. They need to know that we do love our country. I'm doing this for my daughter who just got married, and I saw how hard it was for her and her husband to buy a home. And I'm doing this for my son who's going to be a senior in college, and I have watched him write papers of things he doesn't believe in just to get an A. That's not us. That's not America. And recently, 78% of Americans said they don't think that their kids are going to live as good of a life as we did. We can't be okay with that. I'm not okay with that. We do have a country to save. But if you will join me, I promise you, if you join me in this fight, our best days are to come. God bless you, Moms for Liberty. Keep up the great fight. We love you. Thank you so much.
On this side. Thank you. Well, that was great.
Thank you.
And we'll sit at the kitchen table and have a conversation, right?
Absolutely.
Two moms. So tell me about your family. I don't know a lot about your family, and so tell us about your kids. You talked about your husband a little bit. Thank you for his service.
So my husband's deployed. It's interesting because, you know, last time he deployed, he left me as a single mom governor with two small kids. And now this time he deploys and I'm running for president. I don't get it. I don't get it. No, we're so proud of him. We have two children. Our daughter is 25. She just got married. She's a nurse at the Children's Hospital in upstate South Carolina. And our son is going to be a senior in college. Okay. And so we're blessed. I take care of my parents. They're 87 and 89. They live with us as well. So we've got a lot going on.
So your mom sounds like a pretty remarkable person. Tell us a little bit about what her influence in your life has been like for you.
My parents are extraordinary. They left wealthy lives in India and came here with $8 in their pocket, because they knew that this was a place where they could raise a family that would really have every opportunity in life. My mom was actually a lawyer in India, and she was picked to be one of the first female judges to sit on the bench. Wow. But because of how challenging the times were, she was never able to do it. So think about how amazing she was to see me become the first minority female governor in the country, or to see me become ambassador, or to even see me running for president. That's why this country is so amazing. I'm not special. This country is special. That's what people need to understand is we are blessed, and my family is proof of that. And I tell everybody, instead of telling our kids they can't, we need to tell our kids, if you work hard, there's nothing you can't do in this country.
So a lot of our moms here have teenagers. Your kids are a little bit older now, but they were teens when you were in the spotlight a lot. And you take a lot of flack, right, when you're in the spotlight. How did your kids handle that, and how did you help them to kind of navigate through reading sometimes some not so nice things about their mom?
When I ran for governor the first time, it was a really, I mean, politics in South Carolina is a blood sport, so it was really a messy one.
Right.
And they were in school, so they heard a lot, but they've always known we're a family of service. I think with their dad being in the military, with me being in office, they know. I mean, my son, for the longest time, if somebody said something bad about me on social media, he would go fight back, and I'd be like, put your phone away, because and I would say, if it doesn't hurt me, it shouldn't hurt you.
Right.
But I think it's harder on families than it is on anything else, because they see it, they hear it, they read about it, and politics is so nasty these days.
Right.
But you know, it's part of the sacrifice you do, because you know that if you've got a country to save, you got to be willing to go through the pain and the sacrifice to do it.
Yeah, I agree with you. And so we had Allie Beth Stuckey speak at our summit last year. And she said, politics matter because policies matter because people matter. But I think for a long time in America, women have kind of been shamed out of politics a little bit. You don't want to talk about that, right? We don't talk about those things at the playground or you don't talk about those things in the school parking lot, right? And so now we're coming to a place where so many women are finding their voice and recognizing this government does not work well without us. So advice to our moms who are rising up as leaders in their community, sometimes running for office or supporting their friends running for office.
Don't ever underestimate the power of your voice. It's incredible. We have one life. God has blessed us with one life. Make it mean something. And when I ran for governor, South Carolina was the lowest in the country on female elected officials. Not because it's harder on women, but because women didn't run.
Right.
And so what I will tell you is it tough? Yes. Is it worth it? Absolutely. It's about our families. That's the reason I'm doing this. I want our kids to live in a strong and proud America. I don't want them to go through the chaos that we're seeing now. So instead of complaining about it, I'm doing something about it. Everybody in this room, you're doing something about it. Keep it up, because women are 51% of the electorate. I have always been a fan of women. We have an amazing ability to balance. We have an amazing ability to prioritize. We actually don't have near the drama that the guys have. And we are results-oriented. We're totally results-oriented. If a woman puts her mind to something, you can bet she's going to get it done.
2.5 years. Check it out, right? Moms find solutions. There's never a situation that you have with your child where you're like, oh, well, that's going to be too hard to navigate. I'm just going to let that go. That's not how we operate, right?
Moms are problem solvers. It's problem solvers. We don't sit there and complain about it. We don't have time. It's like fix it, fix it, fix it. And look, I mean, I think that's what makes us great. And I think right now, we're used to fixing things for our kids, or fixing something in the finances, or fixing, an issue at home. Now we've got to fix our bigger home. We've got to fix our country. And we can do this. I have no doubt that America has an amazing ability to self-correct. What we have to have is everybody has to commit to not sit on the sidelines, but do something about it. Because we can save our country. I believe in it. I have faith in that. But it requires every single person to say, yes, I am going to be a part of the solution.
So let's talk about a problem for a second, if we could. Let's talk about the United Nations for a moment. I came across a guide from the NEA that was tied to the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. 17 goals that are radically transforming not just America, but the entire world at the same time. Gender identity coming out of these goals, right? So how as president, will you help to safeguard the sovereignty of the United States when there's such immense pressure, even from the teachers' unions, to implement these sustainable development goals, which seem to the UN to be a foregone conclusion?
Well, I will tell you, the United Nations is not for the faint at heart. Every day I felt like I was putting on body armor because I knew there'd be a fight that day. I just didn't know which country we'd be fighting. You know, when we were there, we called out every one of those things. I had a team that literally did nothing but watch every move China made, watched if they were doing anything that was socially unacceptable to America. We were constantly fighting for human rights for all people, because I think human rights are so much a part of the American moral fabric. And so you have to call it out, and you can't. It's the time where when you open a door, you can't close it. Right. You know, don't even crack a door if you can't. Look at the biological boys and women's sports. When you open that door, you think, oh, it's just this. It leads to something bigger and bigger and bigger. That's why there's no time to be lazy. You can't be lazy on the things that matter. We have to always fight those fights. That's why I've fought for voter ID. That's why I've fought to make sure that parents could have the schools that their children could go to, and we could do charter schools. That's why we continue to fight for boys and girls sports. That's why we talk about the fact that we have to raise strong girls. We have to keep these at the top of mind for everyone, because if we don't, they will continue to erase these things that make our country great.
So you're running as a Republican, but a lot of the issues that we've discussed so far today aren't partisan issues, or certainly shouldn't be partisan issues. So a message to voters that are listening to you right now, Democrats, independents, what is it that you want them to know? How do we get back to these being human issues and not political issues that are used to divide Americans?
We have to get back to our national purpose and the values that make us great. You know, I saw the protesters outside.
Right.
And I appreciate that, because that's what my husband and every military man and woman fight for, is the freedom of speech to be able to do that. The freedom of speech for you to be in this room.
I don't love the sexualizing children part. I'll just be clear about that, right? So some of it I have a disagreement about, but again, not partisan.
No, but when you talk about the fact, just that they can say it, we don't have to agree on it, but they can say it. Yeah. But the same way in this room, we can say what we care about. And you know, the thing is, stop demonizing people because they have a different opinion. And at the end of the day, we have to remember that without knowing the political bias of anybody in this room, we agree on 80% of the things. It's 20% that we fight over, but 80%. So why can't we at least see results on the 80%? At the end of the day, we're not seeing anything happen in D.C. And you've got families now, we feel like we work for the government. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Government's supposed to be working for us. And that's why when I become president, what I think is hugely important is I will make sure that we reduce the size of the federal government and send it down to the states. I will meet with governors not once a year like every president. We'll meet with them every quarter, and we will give them the ability to do things on the state level, whether it's healthcare, whether it's education, whether it's benefits, all of those things, because one, that reduces the size of the federal government and it empowers people on the ground. We've got to get back to that. That's the part that I know we can do. We've got the solutions. It just means you got to get to work and get it done.
And that's what our moms are doing at the local level every day. So we're so incredibly thankful for you to come to speak to us today. Nikki, thank you very much for your time and for joining us for lunch.
You know, when they mentioned that this was a terrorist organization.
This is the face of domestic terrorism, apparently.
And I said, well, then count me as a mom for liberty, because that's what I would do then. So thank you very much for knowing the power of your voice. Thank you for being a part of the solution. We will fix this country. Go to NikkiHaley.com. If you like what I have to say, go tell 10 people. If you don't like what I have to say, shh. Just don't say anything. God bless you. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Take a short break And I'll be back with an education panel. Thank you. Thank you.
Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I have a new show over there on Rumble that comes out every Tuesday and Friday called Let It Be Heard. What we do is react to videos, we analyze the culture, and we analyze politics from a biblical perspective. I think you're going to enjoy it, so I'll see you over there. God bless.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best.
Welcome back. Moms for Liberty co-founder Tiffany Justice.
So I was watching a education committee meeting and in Florida, and some people got up, some representatives, and they said that a tribe in Africa, the Maasai tribe, when they greet each other, they say to each other, how are the children? And the question that they'd like to hear back is, or the answer, excuse me, they'd like to hear back is, the children are well. And so I ask all of you in this room right now, as we look at the United States of America, and we see the state of our children, how are the children? They're not well. And we know that. We're seeing that, right? Declining test scores. We see results coming in about mental health issues, depression, anxiety. The children are not well. And so I'm very excited to invite onto the stage some leaders in education across the United States of America. We're going to talk about the future of education in America. And I'm going to invite now Ellen Weaver, State Superintendent of South Carolina, Ryan Walters, State Superintendent of Oklahoma, Manny Diaz, Commissioner of Education in Florida, and Jacob Oliva, Arkansas Department of Education Secretary. Okay, I'm so excited for this panel. This is kind of my thing. If you guys know, Tina and I served as school board members. We've been really involved in education policy. I know Manny, he's Commissioner of Education in Florida, and then Jacob was working in the Department of Education in Florida, and now you're serving for Sarah Huckabee Sanders. So congratulations on that new appointment.
Are there any Arkansans out here? All right, we got a few, so welcome.
Wonderful. We'll start with you for a second, Jacob. I'd love if everybody could just kind of run down. Tell us, how did you come to this position to be leading in education in your state?
Well, that's a great question. I ask myself that all the time. How did I end up here? How did I end up here on this stage? But first, before I do that, I want to thank you and your organization.
Thank you.
A lot of people probably don't realize how hard it is to put a conference on like this. It has gone off without a hitch, so congratulations to you and the team here today. And I love the fact that it's in Philadelphia. So I'm a former classroom teacher, so I'll start how I got here. I actually started working with special education students at the elementary level. And in fact, when I went to school to become a teacher, so when you're an education major, you have to do your teaching internship with a veteran teacher in a classroom. And the teacher I did my student internship is here today, and I got to see her.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, where is that? Stand up, please. Oh, that's lovely.
So that was about 20-something years ago. I got to learn from some of the best. So
wonderful.
It's an actual true homecoming. But I love the fact that we're in Philadelphia because I did my homework, because you have to do homework.
Of course, you're a teacher, I get it, yeah.
You're ready.
Not me, maybe I wasn't so great with the homework.
So I looked up the meaning of Philadelphia, and it's from Greek roots for Phileo and Adelphos, which is love brother. So we're in the city of brotherly love. So I think at the end of this conference, we're also going to be known as the city of motherly love.
Nice.
Maybe some of the goal of some.
I love that.
But really quickly, see, I used to work with him. He's shaking his head. He's used to this. I started as a classroom teacher and then was able to go into a school administration. I served as an elementary school principal, a high school principal. I was a school superintendent, all in the state of Florida. And then I got an opportunity to join the Department of Education. I worked for about 4.5 years serving the DeSantis team and the leadership there. And then got a wonderful call from a then governor-elect, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, that says, we're about to make Arkansas be #1 in the nation in education. We want you to be a part of that initiative. And I started there in January doing some really good work that we're really, really proud of.
We were excited to see you take that job, and we know you guys are doing great things in Arkansas. We're going to talk about that. So,
Well,
Mr.
thank you.
Diaz,
It's tough
yes?
to follow Jacob as he tries to take all of our stuff from Florida. But I too started.
We didn't copyright any of that, just so you know.
I started as a classroom teacher, school administrator, and then I got elected I'm a recovering legislator, so I spent 10 years in the Florida legislature. I was in the Florida House where I chaired education committees and the Education Appropriations Committee, and then I was fortunate to serve in the Florida Senate and come in at the same time that Governor DeSantis got elected, and I served as the chair of the Education Committee in the Florida Senate, and we worked on the Family Empowerment Scholarship, the first one in 2019, when Governor DeSantis came in and said, we're going to eliminate this waiting list. Parents need to be able to choose where their kids go to school, what's best for their kids. And so after serving in the Senate for 4 years, there was an opening, and Governor DeSantis reached out and asked if I would become the Commissioner of Education. And it's just been an incredible opportunity to half the stuff, more than half the stuff that I get to implement, I had a hand in drafting or writing when I was in the legislature. And so it really is incredible to watch it from the other end. But what a time to be involved in education policy, right? Because it's so incredible, your movement, the movement of all the Moms for Liberty, to be able to actually get what we've been looking for such a long time, to pay attention to what's going on in our schools. And so I'm very fortunate. I appreciate Governor DeSantis for the opportunity and his leadership, and that's how I got here.
Wonderful. Ryan?
Well, first of all, God bless you, Moms for Liberty. You know, you're in good company with some of the attacks that you've had. We're here in Philadelphia, and you know what? You know who else was called a terrorist group, an extremist group? Those founding fathers.
That's right.
You know, that's who you are today. You are the most patriotic, pro-America group in the country right now. And let me tell you, the Biden administration, radical teachers unions, the fake news media will have all kind of headlines about you. But you know what? If they really want to do their job, the headline would be, this is the most important conference to happen in Philadelphia since 1776.
Oh. That's awesome.
What we have seen in these past few years, the radicalism that the left has taken to try to force socialism and Marxism in our classrooms is the most outrageous thing this country has ever seen. Yeah. You are on the front lines of it. I was a public school teacher, and most importantly, I was a parent. I was a parent that sat back and said, things should be better for our kids. My wife and I have these conversations every night, and my wife would go, look, it just seems like common sense to me.
Right.
Math, reading, science, and a love for America, and an understanding of our history. But the reality is the forces that you all are fighting, these are folks that want to destroy our society, they want to destroy your family, and they want to destroy America as we know it. This is the fight that we're in, folks. The stakes couldn't be higher, and I couldn't thank you enough for your courage to be on the front lines. And the reason that I ran for elected office, took the millions of dollars of attacks for the teachers' unions, is because I looked around at all of these moms and these parents across our state and across the country and said, if you give these folks the power like they used to have, we will be a leader in education, and that's why I'm going to continue to fight for you.
Ellen?
Well, I think for all of us sitting on this stage, I think we would say, and certainly for me, that the journey to where I am today starts with a call. And I truly believe that saving our country starts with saving our schools. There is nothing more precious that God has created than the hearts and the minds of our young people. And that is what the radical woke left is after. Make no mistake, saving our country starts with saving our schools. And we know that a great education is the front door of the American dream. It has been true in my life. It has been true in the life of every single person sitting on this stage. And it's true in the lives of everyone sitting in front of me today. And so as I think about the importance of this group and why it matters that you are so passionate and so engaged and so involved, it's because these schools don't belong to educators. They don't belong to the elite. They belong to all of us. And I will tell you that my path to this job was not through the traditional education pathway. I worked on Capitol Hill, and I started a think tank that works in public policy. And the deeper I went into education policy and education issues, I saw that we were having the same conversations over and over and over again. 2/3 of our children not proficient in reading and math. What were we doing about it? And I got tired of sitting on the sidelines. And I said, all right, I'm going to put myself out there for the slings and the arrows that I know I'm going to take, because like Ryan, it's an elected position in South Carolina. And if you'll allow me just a quick point of personal privilege, can I hear it for the South Carolina ladies who are here and men who worked so hard for me to get me to where I am today? But, you know, they're the ones who we're really fighting for here. And so my message to you in all of this is that they told me, the media told me, so many people told me, you're not qualified to run for this job. Don't ever let anybody tell you that you are not qualified to make the decisions that need to be made for your children. So it's time for us all to stand up together, and that's why I ran.
So you brought up 2/3 of American children not reading on grade level. We just finished some nationwide polling. We saw that 70% of Americans think that the education system is on the wrong track. 70%. So this is not a partisan issue. I think the majority of American parents and Americans are with us. What are you doing in your state to address the literacy crisis in America?
Well, I'll say that really, if you care about justice and equality of opportunity, literacy is the foundational skill that you have.
Absolutely.
And so instead of teaching a bunch of woke nonsense in our schools, let's get back to the basics. Yeah. Let's teach how to read. The debate is over. We know whole language is dead. We have got to teach phonics in our classroom. And so in South Carolina, I am so proud of the coalitions that we are building. Our General Assembly provided enough money for us to invest in the kind of professional development that it's going to take for our teachers to know how to teach reading according to what the neurological and brain science tells us.
Good. I open this up to the rest. Does anyone else want to talk about what are you doing in your schools? And Ellen, let's be specific, because I think there might be people watching that are saying, well, what type of teacher training? What type of curriculum? What should we be looking for? So if you want to dig in a little bit and share some of the innovative things that you're doing, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, well, I think what Ellen touched on is, and Governor DeSantis obviously outlined all of the things we're doing in Florida, but if you take those things as a whole, it boils down to back to basics, right? It boils down to the fact that this isn't a partisan issue. It's what are we doing in our schools? There's a problem when your LGBT plus whatever guide is 27 pages and your reading strategies are 3 pages at a district. We need to get all of this woke stuff out. And he talked about the textbook adoption process. That's one way where we have to be very vigilant, where we literally have scoured these books to make sure that they're not slipping these subtleties in. And it's incredible how many times they're continuing to try to do it. And if you allow it to happen, it's going to seep into the classroom. Now, if you have a teacher who's innocent, who's just trying to do their job, and they're taking this textbook and they're trying to follow this guide, they're slipping all of this indoctrination into our schools. And that's what we have to stop. Math is math. For God's sakes, last year we had an adoption for math textbook. Jacob was there, and we're looking through these math books. What happened to a train left City A going in this direction and another train left City B heading this direction? How long does it take? No, we're talking about, having 2 moms or 2 dads. That's ridiculous. Let's get back to if you only have half of your kids reading on grade level with 3rd grade, which we know is a problem, but you're worried about pronouns and you're worried about LGBT guides and all of those things, then we're not serving our kids. And that's exactly where this woke agenda is taking us. And in Florida, I'm very proud. Obviously, the governor laid out the entire, it's a list of things, but the very little things that people don't pay attention, those are the things that are affecting our kids in their daily lives. Remember, these are the foundational years. If we allow that stuff to seep into our kids' minds, what happens 10 years down the line? You can never erase that.
Jacob, you guys I just saw some tweets. You guys have a brand new initiative in Arkansas. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So under Governor Sanders' leadership, she has a bold vision of improving learning in the state of Arkansas. For decades, Arkansas is ranked in the upper 40s nationally. So we know what we're doing is not working and we need to do something different. We're asking ourselves, why are we keep getting the same results? Well, if the system's not aligned, I always like to say bad systems beat good people every time.
Right.
And so we've got to have an aligned system that starts with supporting parents at home from birth. So we talked a little bit about some of these initiatives in kindergarten, first and second grade, but we're working on reimagining the early learning space so that every parent that wants to have an opportunity to participate in high-quality childcare or pre-kindergarten has the ability to do so, because right now it's just fragmented and uncoordinated. We have to get more students coming to kindergarten ready to learn. There is a direct correlation between kindergarten readiness and third graders reading at or above grade level. But once they come to us in kindergarten, we've got to make sure that teachers are trained in the science of reading. The research is very clear. The #1 impact on students improving learning is the teacher standing in front of them each and every single day. It is very, very clear. So we have to give them the tools. We heard Governor DeSantis talk about Common Core. Some of those frameworks aren't built on the science of reading. This is why it's still happening in our classroom. The textbooks haven't been aligned to high-quality standards built on the science of reading. Progress monitoring got to be rewritten to be built on those expectations that we know for students need to learn. But also with our Learns initiative, we're doubling down, adding 120 literacy coaches statewide to work with school districts to make sure teachers are trained and have support. And then additionally, if you're in kindergarten through third grade and a parent realizes that their child is struggling to learn how to read, they can get access to up to $500 a year to get tutoring above and beyond the school day. This notion that a one-size-fits-all approach for all students and families doesn't work. So we're also, most importantly, empowering parents to make decisions to find educational environments that works best for their children and their families' needs.
Ryan.
And you know, folks, when you look at these latest NAEP scores, you see this huge trajectory. And one of the things I want to make really clear is it's not just COVID. We were doing bad before COVID. Obviously, school shutdowns didn't help, but it's also been accelerated because we've gone from not doing a good job of teaching the science of reading, not driving home the basics in math, to now teaching gender ideology and critical race theory. And this is where you all had the answer. We've got our local chapter, Janice Danforth. She runs Oklahoma Moms for Liberty here. She's a rock star. She starts showing up at some of her local school board meetings, and getting through some transparency measures, finds out they've set up the whole board meetings to try to quiet her and her group. Well, come to find out, they're sending teachers to all these bogus trainings. They have all this incredibly over-the-top material in their classroom. So we've gone from a spot where we already weren't doing a good job. We weren't. And by the way, remember who got us to not doing a very good job. It's your teachers' unions. It's your academic elite who think that they know better than you. And they're dead wrong. They're wrong every time on this, folks. The federal government comes up with a new initiative every few years. They give you some money, and they think that they can control states and schools. It is absurd. It is ridiculous. We don't need a federal Department of Education, folks.
A lot of moms like to hear that. You know, Ryan, to that point, I'll interrupt for a second. When I see Miguel Cardona sitting in a congressional hearing and being asked 3, 4, 5 times, do you intend to take back lunch money, free and reduced lunch money from kids who have food insecurity in order to push Title IX regulations so that boys can go into girls' bathrooms? What are you thinking when you're watching that, when he refuses to answer that question?
Well, they're showing their hand. They will do anything to bully and intimidate our education system, to preach ideology, to preach socialism. This is an end goal for them. if we control the schools, if we will threaten you and bully you enough, we just don't think you states will stand up for us. We think you parents will be bullied by the headlines. We think you parents will be bullied by being labeled extremists and everything else. But the reality is you guys aren't going away, are you?
No.
And again, the answer is there. It's easy to see. Guys, you remember Hooked on Phonics? It was like literally one of the best-selling, infomercials on TV. And it's really simple. We know how to teach reading. It's phonetics. You understand how to. But we have allowed the elites and these labor unions to control the system. And so every part of it does not work for student success. Hey, I'm a big believer. Performance pay. Your teacher does well. Hey, pay them more. Transparency. Parents, you should be able to see what happens in the school every single day. School choice. Give full power to the parent. But folks, we have to be aggressive. They are not going to stop. They've been at it for 30 or 40 years, and they've done a really good job. They have built an entire apparatus from the federal government to the local teachers' unions to keep you out of the process. We can get it back on track, but it takes being aggressive. It takes being very transparent with everyone. Again, we can do good math remediation. We can do good reading remediation. We can attract good teachers to the classroom if we go back to the basics on the things that we know to be true.
So Moms for Liberty, I have a question for y'all. Do you know what a woman is? Okay, good. I'm just checking, because people seem to have a real hard time with that, figuring that out these days.
Yeah.
And to your point, I think that it is so incumbent on us as state leaders to let our educators know that we have their backs.
That's right.
Because I'm going to tell you, the vast majority of educators in South Carolina do not believe this nonsense that Washington is trying to push down on our schools.
That's right.
And so it is up to us as parents, as concerned community members, as education leaders, to tell our teachers in the classroom, when you stand up for common sense, we are going to have your back when Washington comes after you. So I want to be really clear to any educators who are here in the room today or who are listening today, we are not blaming you for these problems. Your labor unions do not represent you and your voice, and you need to know that. Okay.
Just to follow up, I love how you said it's common sense. We literally, in our state, have the union that is trying to make comparisons to, you know what, we should have genderqueer and flamer in schools. They're out fighting for these books to stay in schools. But we want the Bible and we want the Constitution out. You know, the guy who wrote the Declaration owned slaves. We probably shouldn't talk. So literally, injecting pornography, removing the Bible, the Constitution. This is the absurdity that when you go around and talk to most people, they go, that's a part of our founding. Of course everyone should know that. But our arguments, our position is common sense. But you have such a radical extreme group that has bullied and intimidated their way into getting the most extreme positions, the most extreme ideology that most Americans reject. But folks, we cannot let them get away with it through these bullying tactics. But I agree with Ellen completely. It's common sense.
So we have a few literacy advocates. I'm not going to embarrass them by saying their name right now, but there are a few mama bears in this room who have been fighting for the science of reading and for reading to be taught properly. Emily Hanford is a journalist. She did a podcast called Sold a Story. If you haven't listened to it, yep, I know a lot of our moms have. You need to listen to it because it really explains, how did we get here? How did we get to a part of our country, to a time in our country when we have 2/3 of kids not reading on grade level? But this has become partisan. I talk about reading. I know other moms talk about reading on Twitter and social media. And it seems to be this idea of that Democrats own education, or that if you're a conservative parent, that you can't talk about the science of reading. And there's all this gatekeeping going on. I loved when I talked with you, Ellen, when we were preparing, and you told me that you're going through a teacher training right now. Can you tell us about, first of all, I love that you're going through the teacher training with your teachers. It's a 2-year process, right? Tell us a little bit about how you're preparing teachers to teach reading properly in South Carolina.
So we are going through the letters training, which is what Mississippi would tell you was at the heart of the Mississippi Miracle and how they turned around reading outcomes in their state. So South Carolina and Mississippi are very similar. We have a lot of shared history, a lot of the same shared demographics, a lot of rural poverty. But you know what? Poverty is not an excuse. It is a challenge, but it is not an excuse. I believe in the God-given potential of every single student sitting in the classrooms in South Carolina. And so doing this letters training is something that I said, I'll do it because I'm not going to ask our teachers to do something that I'm not willing to do myself. And what I've learned through this training is just the incredible advances that we have seen in brain science. We are wired to learn how to speak, but not to learn how to read. And these children are only going to ever get one chance. When you look at our prison population, 70 to 80% of them are functionally illiterate. So reading is everything, and I have been so encouraged. One of the best parts of my first 5 months on this job has been going around to schools, especially schools in high poverty areas where our teachers have started this training. And they said, you know, I was really resistant at first because I was rolling my eyes saying, oh, one more thing, I don't have time to do this. But now that I see what this is doing for my classroom practice, I am devastated that I didn't have this knowledge before. And we are seeing real results for students. And again, this is why we are all in this work, is because it's not about checking boxes. It's about moving the needle for kids.
Jacob, yeah, please.
I agree. And if I were to add about how we need to celebrate, elevate, and put teaching profession and make it the revered profession that we want our best and brightest to go into. Yep. There's nothing more important. We have teachers working days, nights, weekends, all year long, doing professional development to perfect their craft. Teaching and learning is a very complicated science, and we need to recognize the commitment that our best educators make. The majority of people want to do what's right. Unfortunately, sometimes they get caught up in a system where they're not giving the right resources, or they're being forced to attend professional development that's not helping them with practice in the classroom. And one of the other challenges that we're definitely finding is when I talk to superintendents about teacher candidates coming out of teacher preparation programs, they tell us they're not ready for the classroom on day one. So what is higher education doing for 4 years to prepare teachers to have this knowledge and come into the classroom and make an impact when they're not? So one of the initiatives we're working on is we're going to assign a letter grade to every college and university's teacher preparation program on how they teach their candidates the science of reading, and some schools are not going to be happy with their letter grade.
And I think right to what Jacob's point is, we can't look at this the wrong way. We have to go back to, Ryan mentioned, they've been at this for 30, 40 years. Where did they start? They started at the university system. They worked their way down. They put this indoctrination into the university system, and then they infected the teaching colleges. We need to go back, and we're going to look at it in Florida, and revamp the entire way we teach our teachers. Not just professional development, but going back to the beginning. And we've seen now this classical education movement in Florida that's growing by leaps and bounds. So much so that Miami-Dade, our largest school district, has proffered an item to spin off a classical model within of our public schools. I think there's the answer, is we have to go back to the basics. We have to look at that. And at the same time, we have to, and I'm going to steal this from Moms for Liberty, and I've done it before, you probably heard me say it, is in Florida, our parents don't co-parent with the government.
That's right.
And while we have to keep our parents and our constituents and our communities involved, at the same time that we put in these reforms, and it all ties together. Think about what Governor DeSantis talked about: parent rights, school choice, accountability and transparency. All of that leads together, because when you empower parents, if you don't give them the right choices for school choice, they're trapped. It's a monopoly. As all have mentioned here, the elites think they know better. And no, at the end of the day, parents are back. They're paying attention. And I think what needs to happen is we need to reform it from the top all the way down. And that includes our schools of education, making sure the science of reading is taught, making sure that we get the nonsense out, making sure that there's transparency, and that we get back to basics. I think all of that ties together. There's a common theme there. And I think it has to be tied together. If we don't do the whole thing, then it doesn't work.
So I think that's a great point. In 2022, Moms for Liberty endorsed in over 500 school board races, which was, yeah, clap for yourselves. You guys did it. Amazing work. We won over half of those races. So you talk about everyone working together, right? You've got school board members. What are you doing to help school board members to be able to understand what the leadership, the governor, the education leader in your state, to connect with those school board leaders? Because oftentimes you might have a superintendent in between you and that school board, and it becomes difficult for school board members to navigate, right? So are you doing anything in your state that's innovative to help school board members to be able to have? Yeah, please, go ahead.
I'm not shy about it. I talk directly to our school board members. I mean, they call and they have questions. We want to make sure, I think the most important thing, and I think we have an advantage in Florida. We only have 67 districts, right? So there's less. But you have to speak direct. They need to be in the loop. Because sometimes folks get elected. I know you guys know this well. And you have an administration there at the local level that is not providing that information. So there's a disconnect. If they want to speak directly to me, I have no problems telling them what is going on.
It's wonderful.
I think also another strategy, agree, we have to be in front of these people each and every single day and help and educate and inform what some of the challenges and issues are. So in the state of Florida, that's 67 school districts. State of Arkansas is about 230. So when you start looking at size and scale, it gets a little bit different. It's probably the same in other states. So the reality is they have to rely on their associations, because 230 school districts tend to not be able to figure out model policies all on their own. You need to read the model policies that are being pushed to these school boards by their associations.
Absolutely.
And make sure, and we go straight to the association. I talked to them, I was like, I am reviewing these policies. I think they need to be updated. I don't think this is in line with what we're doing as a state. And our recommendation is to move it. And fortunately, because we've built a good relationship, they're willing to do that. And that's really where the rubber meets the road.
And I think you have to be open-eyed, too, about the fact that a lot of the advice that these school board members and districts are going to be getting is from lawyers that are going to take the most risk-averse possible.
That's right.
You know, and I understand they're trying to be good fiduciary agents and not attract federal lawsuits and everything else that we see coming out of this incredibly heavy-handed Biden administration. But that again comes back to them knowing that you at the state level are going to have their back when they do the right thing. So I think honestly one of the greatest powers of the state education agencies are communication. And that is something that I don't know that we have always in South Carolina at least leaned into in the past in the way that we need to. But to your point, Manny, I need to be talking directly with school boards and building a coalition of like-minded school board members. I need to be talking directly to teachers, not through the filter of their association. I need to talk directly to principals. And we need to be building a coalition of not just our education professionals, but involving our business community, our faith community, our parental community, because again, these are our schools and we have to take responsibility.
Absolutely. Right.
And you know, guys, you've seen, 20 or 30 years ago, George Soros began dumping money into school board races and DA races. And, a lot of us are scratching our head going, county DA races, school board, what's going on? Well, you're seeing what's going on. In Oklahoma, we have these very strange election dates in which we have school board elections. So low turnout, they're super sleepy, and these associations, you spend a little bit of money, and they get in people that you're going, how in the world did you get a woke left school board member in Oklahoma? Well, we are going to make school board elections great again, okay? We are bringing a lot of attention to the school board races. We are working on moving the election dates so that they're more prominent, so that people can see them, people know about them. And again, the Moms for Liberty, you guys have been spot on the tactics that you guys have had. Make the school board elections important, but make the school board meetings important. I mean, all of this are great venues that we have just over the years. And again, it's because parents are busy. I mean, I know what I've got a 8-year-old, 6-year-old, 4-year-old, and 2-year-old. I get it. The nights get busy and you get in sports. But you guys have done a tremendous job going, no, we are prioritizing school board meetings. Oh, we're showing up. We're showing up in mass. School board election, we're going to find someone good to run. We're going to go out and support them. But this is how we've got school boards that think that they work for the superintendent.
Right.
And the superintendent comes out of these woke higher ed institutions. They're all in their own association, and it's a fixed game. But when we take the school boards back, and when we take the school board meetings back, you flipped it. And once you flip it, folks, they can't get it back. But we have got to finish the job and bring that accountability back to our schools.
So I think parents are very engaged. I don't want to interrupt your clapping. That was great. So yes, clap. Sorry. I think parents are very engaged now, but we have seen, Terry McAuliffe, right? Bring Randy Weingarten on that stage. And I mean, he talks about, parents shouldn't have a say in education. So for all of the parents that are maybe watching right now on the live stream or that are here in the audience, advice for them. Love is an expertise. So that alone, right? You as a parent have a seat at the table. You know your child better than anyone else. But I think sometimes in education or the education system likes to make things kind of complicated for parents, right? Lots of acronyms, gatekeeping going on. So advice for parents about pushing through. If you're advocating for your child, if you're concerned your child is not getting what they need in school, what does that conversation look and sound like?
I think number one is showing up. I think what Ryan mentioned is all of a sudden, for years, we've been looking for this. Showing up, paying attention. School boards operated in the dark for so long just because nobody paid attention.
Sure.
And parents showing up, making noise, the proper way, making noise, making things known, showing up and speaking at these meetings. Sometimes it feels like a futile effort, but it's not, because what we've seen and what we're seeing now has happened because folks like the ones filling this room right here have shown up to school board meetings and have asked questions and have brought to light material and have made it transparent. If we have to keep that light. It's like a dose of antibiotics. Ryan said you can't stop now. If you stop the dose before it's completed, the infection comes back. We need to continue to pay attention, and folks like us on this stage are dependent on all of you to bring these things to light so that we can deal with it, because otherwise it's literally we play whack-a-mole every day.
Sure.
And I think too, as a teacher for 10 years, there was never a moment that a parent didn't come up to me and ask questions about being more involved that it wasn't helpful for their kids.
Right.
Any good teacher should welcome you in. Folks, that you're exactly right. The complexity argument is intentionally meant to keep you out. Hey, government does a really good job at that. This is too complicated. You really can't understand it. That's a load of crap, okay? You absolutely not only can understand it, you can understand school finances. They try to do the same thing. They try to you really don't understand how all this works here behind the scenes. Yes, you can. Good teachers want you to be involved. So if a teacher tells you, this is too, okay, you need to start asking even more questions.
Right.
You start with that local teacher, and then you work your way up. But again, if that's a good teacher, they want you there. And folks, again, the reality is, and I just want to be really clear, these FAR groups have declared war on our classroom.
Yes.
They did it. Not you. They declared the war.
Yeah.
You are here, and you are fighting to get the schools back, to get the education back. So you didn't start it, but we're going to finish it.
That's right. That's right.
And as Commissioner Diaz said, we have to. The stakes are too high. If we don't finish it, if we don't take the schools back, folks, the institutions are so far gone. Media is gone. It's captured, okay? All of entertainment is captured. It's all being pushed on our kids, okay? School systems, folks, we have the ability to get these back. Our values are the values that will equate to education excellence. We can do this, but we have to, and we have to do it now.
Go ahead, Jacob.
I was going to echo the sentiments from Secretary Walters. It's okay to ask questions of your teachers. They want to hear from parents. And as we're getting more sophisticated, a lot of school districts are getting better at updating portals. I know in our family, we check that to make sure our kids are turning in their homework. And if they're not, we're emailing the teacher, and you have to build that relationship. You meet your principals, meet your school counselors. If there's any concerns or questions, it's okay to ask those questions. We need to make sure that we're creating places where students learn and not where adults work. And if we can do that and switch that paradigm, we're going to see rapid improvement growth.
Ellen, closing thoughts, and then we're going to have a special message from someone, but please.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I just love that you call yourselves joyful warriors.
That's right.
Because as Ryan said, we are in a fight. And there are going to be forces arrayed against you. You know them. They have already come after you. That are going to try to say, well, you're just culture warriors. You're just fighting battles that were over decades ago. Get with the times. Y'all are not culture warriors, you are common sense warriors. That's good. You are reality warriors. And don't ever let them shame you for asking questions. Go in, be curious. No one knows your student like you do. And, you know, I think for those of us sitting on this stage today, as Manny said, your voice is invaluable because you give us the courage to get up every day and go to work and take the stands that we know we are going to get pilloried for. But they are the right stands to take because that is how we are going to save our country. So thank you so much for having all of us today. This has been amazing.
Thank you. So a special invitation today went out to the former Secretary of Education, Bill Bennett. And he was unable to be with us, but I know he's been working with all of you, and he is making his voice heard and helping to move us forward in education. So we're going to take 2 minutes. We're going to hear a message from Mr. Bennett, and then I have some other details for you for the rest of the afternoon. But let's roll that video, please.
Well, I'm so pleased to be part of this meeting, even in a small way, and so pleased to listen to that panel of real education leaders. Jacob Oliva of Arkansas, and boy, they've hit the ground running in Arkansas. Governor Sanders, I wrote about that and so pleased. Florida, Manny Diaz, and Manny knows how to direct and direct in the right direction. And he doesn't take no for an answer when it comes to things that matter. I've had the pleasure to speak to Ellen Weaver and her team, and they've got some very exciting things planned. Ryan Walters, Oklahoma, is an entrepreneur, an education entrepreneur, and I am so pleased to know him and am so encouraged by what he's doing. Ladies and gentlemen, these are leaders who know what children need to learn, and they are respectful of the rights of parents. They know what they stand for, and they know what they won't stand for. And boy, it's very important, both sides of that. I would like to encourage all of you who are there to be strong, to be steadfast. Don't get discouraged. If you do get discouraged, call up another member. Have a chat. And then go back, get a good night's sleep, and go into the fray the next day. It's so important, the work you're doing. I'm so proud to know you. I'm so proud to be asked by this wonderful organization, Tiffany and all. I've known Tiffany for a while, to speak. Let me know if I can help. I still got some ideas. I still got some books. And if I can be of any service to any of you, please call on me. Life is a race between education and catastrophe. Let's make it education.
So up next, we're going to have 2 sets of breakouts coming up. You see them right here: Protecting Parental Rights, the Federalist Papers, and Dream Team. And then we'll have another set: Dark Money's Infiltration in Education, Driving the Narrative, and and Holding the Line. After that, for our next session, we will be visiting with President Trump. Yes, it's great. When we have every presidential candidate coming and wanting to speak to you about the issues that you are concerned about, education and parental rights, American parents and kids are winning. Please be patient with us. There's going to be quite a bit of security. You need to leave all of your bags in your room. You will not be able to go through the security line with any bags. Security doors open at 3. We have 700 people to get through as quickly as possible. The last thing I'll ask you is, please, when you leave here, go visit our vendors. They have been kind enough to make the trip here, to bring information that I think will be very valuable to you. Ask questions, take the information, see how you can partner with them in your own communities, because they really care about the issues we care about, and we appreciate them coming very much. To my panel, this panel is I'm not going to lie, I was looking forward to this for weeks. I'm so thankful for all of you and the work that you are doing. It is going to take an army of parents working with you alongside of teachers and educators and innovators to right this ship. But we are going to reclaim and reform public education in America because our kids deserve it. So thank you very much.
Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. You can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? Protect your savings with gold now. The Birch Gold Group has a rating right now. Text the word Trump to 989898 for free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That's our friends over at the Birch Gold. Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. You can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? Protect your savings with gold now. The Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of the challenges that recently more now. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. You can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? Check your savings with gold now. Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. Right now, text the word Trump to 989898 to get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned on pointing on. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which would be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away, launching their own currency. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look and move some of your savings into gold. You can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. Think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does the dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming honestly overhead? Check your savings with gold now. Birch Gold Group, right now. Text the word Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's others too that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. Think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming obviously overhead? Check your savings with gold now. Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this, when currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group.
history, My Pillow 2.0. Because of all of you, My Pillow 2.0 has been a huge success, and now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere My Pillows with the same temperature-regulating technology, made with my patented.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took My Pillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented My Pillow, to bring you the best pillow in history, My Pillow 2.0. Because of all of you, My Pillow 2.0 has been a huge success, and now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere My Pillows with the same temperature-regulating technology, made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric. They're truly the next generation of My Pillow. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our My Pillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 My Pillows and 2 Go Anywhere My Pillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. With Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this. When currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group.
guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I have a new show over there on Rumble that comes out every Tuesday and Friday called Let It Be Heard. What we do is react to videos, we analyze the culture, and we analyze politics from a biblical perspective. I think you're going to enjoy it, so I'll see you over there. God bless.
Right Side Broadcasting is known for panning the crowds, showing the packed arenas, and allowing you to see the truth. We've covered hundreds of rallies, briefings, marches, CPAC, and the historic overturning of Roe v. Wade. Right Side Broadcasting was created in 2015 by our founder, Joe Seals, creating a unique broadcasting experience that allows you to make your own decision rather than force-feeding you an agenda. We don't cut or edit people's words or twist them to fit a particular point of view. We allow our correspondents to be open about their opinions while maintaining journalistic integrity. Right Side Broadcasting wants to continue our legacy with help from people just like you. Your donations and support allow us to continue to be the gold standard in live, unedited event coverage. Help our cause by sharing our broadcasts, subscribing on our social media platforms, and supporting us on our locals community. Your monthly or one-time contributions on our website are crucial in our fight for the truth. Thank you for all of your generous support.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took MyPillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented MyPillow to bring you the best pillow in history, MyPillow 2.0. Because of all of you, MyPillow 2.0 has been a huge success. And now we're bringing you our best-selling Go Anywhere MyPillows with the same temperature-regulating technology. Made with my patented adjustable fill and brand new cooling fabric, they're truly the next generation of MyPillow. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save over 60% on our MyPillow 2.0 4-pack special. You'll get 2 MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows, regular $259.92, now only $99.98. King size just $10 more. This is a limited time offer, so please order now.
ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Moms for Liberty co-founder Tina Descovich.
Hello, everybody. What a wonderful night we are having. What a wonderful day we've had, and we're about to have a wonderful evening. I just met President Trump for the first time, and he is excited to be here. Well, let's get through so we can get him out here on this stage. I want to welcome everybody here this evening. We are going to open up again from hearing from Mary Milben. She is a world-renowned musical artist. Her voice is like an angel. She has sung, as I said this morning, for 4 consecutive presidents, and she enjoys her time that she spends with President Trump and First Lady Melania, singing for them. She has visited with them many times at Mar-a-Lago, and so this is a very special evening for her, too. Following Mary, who will come out as soon as I leave the stage, Erica Donalds is going to give our invocation. Erica is a former Florida School Board member, a good friend of Moms for Liberty. She serves on our advisory board, and she's the CEO of Optima Ed. Please welcome Mary Milben to the stage.
Oh, Tina's right. It's always great to sing before the 45th President of the United States of America. President Donald Trump is in the house. It's great to have the boss in the house, and great to be with all of you this evening. Well, I tell you, America, it is the greatest country in the world. Spacious skies, for amber waves of rain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited this evening. Land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans.
Everybody have chills? Well, what an honor it is to welcome the Holy Spirit, to welcome our Heavenly Father into this place before President Trump speaks to all of you. And an honor to be here at this Moms for Liberty conference, having watched Tina and Tiffany and many of the leaders from the beginning of this organization come together and truly be the most influential organization on education in our country since the teachers' unions. But it's selfless. And I see that in them, and I see that in all of you. It's not for yourselves, it's not for your own glory, but it is for the children, it is for the future of our country. I recognize that, and it can only be done with the help of the good Lord, because we have some enemies out there, and literally like out there, right? But no weapon formed against us will prosper. And the evil that rises up against us will be defeated. I'm here to tell you to be strong and courageous, because the Lord God is with you wherever you go. And you do not have to fight this battle. You can stand still. You can be at peace, you can trust God, and you can watch Him deliver the victory when you do the things that He has called you to do. And He has a calling for each and every one of you, and I know that you're following that calling, and that is why you are here. So let's welcome God into this place. Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we come to you today. We thank you for this wonderful opportunity to come together as a body in fellowship, to celebrate the amazing things that Moms for Liberty has done over the past just 2 years, Lord. You have elevated this organization to do your good work in this country, and we are so grateful. We're grateful that the truth is being exposed, that parents are being able to see what's really going on in education in our country, that they're being empowered, that you are showing the leadership, the members, and even the public and politicians what is possible. That the things that we've been told for years and years could never change, you're changing through these people here in this room and across the country that are working toward this great cause. Thank you, Father, that you are empowering each person in this room to do the things that you called them to do long ago. Father, I pray your peace upon this place. I pray your wisdom upon this place. I pray your protection upon this place. And as every person in this room hears your calling for them, and you light up the path before them, that they will have the courage, the patience, and the endurance to stand firm, to walk out that plan, and to fulfill the call that you have. And we know that that will result in a better country, America, the beautiful, the country that you established for your glory, for our children and our children's children. And we thank you for it in your name. Amen.
Welcome to the stage, Moms for Liberty co-founder, Tiffany Justice.
So you may have heard some nasty things said about Moms for Liberty recently on social media. Horrifically ugly allegations that we contend the speakers knew to be untrue at the time that they said them, and the media that elevated them had every reason to know that they were untrue. For now, however, I want to share this with Americans in general and parents in particular. One of the unique blessings of living in America is freedom of speech. The freedom to think and express what you want, and even to criticize our government when we feel it is merited, without fear of legal punishment. Few of our young people know this today. However, because in general, this unique virtue of life in America, as compared to so much of the rest of the world, it is all but unmentioned in the schools they attend and in the media they consume. Moms for Liberty both champions this freedom and exemplifies it. We are many moms across the nation who've come together to stand up for the need to infuse our children with essential knowledge and skills necessary for them to capitalize on the unlimited opportunity America offers to them to pick whatever occupation best suits them, to become independent, self-sufficient, happy, productive members of American society. All of this starts with the basics, from teaching reading, writing, math, history, economics, and science, to understanding the world as it is, how we got here, and why America gives all of our children freedoms that are unmatched anywhere else on the face of this earth. In contrast, some of the worst tyrants believe something very different, that the purpose of schools is to mold young minds to accept only one view of things, one narrative, invariably based on lies, to serve a dictatorial regime's purposes. The world's worst mass murderer, the communist Mao Zedong, who killed an estimated 60 million Chinese citizens, believed education was the key link to accomplish political tasks. Adolf Hitler, the evil National Socialist dictator who murdered millions, framed things so that there would be no space for an individual to actually belong to himself. Terrorist groups, such as the Taliban, operate in an almost identical fashion. Anything that challenges or exposes the lies of that ideology is kept from the view of their children out of fear that they might learn to think, to evaluate, to independently judge what they are being told. Regardless of the differences in the political ideologies of these tyrannical regimes, their view of any parent who stands up against the indoctrination of their children is exactly the same. The first time, warn them. If they persist, the consequences become progressively more grave. So why has Moms for Liberty become such a target for vilification? Because in a very short time since our founding in January 2021, we and our moms have been making a difference. Speaking out for the values we champion and against anyone, for any purpose, views our children as lumps of clay, pawns to be indoctrinated to serve a political agenda. No more. That's right. To be clear, our critics also enjoy freedom of speech. However, when they lie, and when they use those lies to whip others into such a frenzy that they begin sending death threats to the membership of Moms for Liberty and our children, we have to act. And I assure you, we are acting. We'll have more to say about this in the near future after we complete our analysis of the entire situation and submit all of our evidence to the FBI and other law enforcement agencies. For now, know this. Moms for Liberty calls ourselves joyful warriors for a reason. We are joyful about the fact that we are free women living in a free nation and the fact that we can mobilize to champion our values and ideals. But we are also warriors, meaning if someone is demonstrably harming our children, we are going to come together to fight to protect them. That's right. Unconditional love means, as we work to save our children, we will also save this country. Our children are worth it, and we will see them thrive in a culture of liberty. Thank you.
to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codify one's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
Look, we're all going to answer to him. But I live by that faith. And if we work together to lift each other up, we will build this red wave and red conservative movement that will benefit all of us.
One of my favorite Bible verses came to mind. It's Joshua 1:9. God commands us to only be strong and to be of good courage. Yes, we're a wireless provider. We're a cell phone company. We have great coverage, nationwide coverage on 4G, 5G networks. We have 100% US-based customer support. We check all the boxes that say that we're a cell phone company. But here's the deal. Our mission has nothing to do with cell phones. Our mission is to relentlessly defend our God-given constitutional rights and freedoms and to do so in a way that glorifies our God.
My name is Lee Wamscons, and my pronouns are Bible believer, Jesus lover, gun carrier, and mama bear. Well, we are the nation's only Christian conservative wireless provider. We have 4 pillars: the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the sanctity of life, and we support our military and first responders. The First Amendment, our freedom of speech, our freedom of religion, the freedom of press, the freedom to address the government with your grievances, to hold them accountable. Biden calls that domestic terrorism. Patriot Mobile calls that freedom.
Please welcome to the stage from Patriot Mobile, Lee Wamsbaugh.
Hello, Mama Bears. How are you? You are my people. Look at you. You look amazing tonight. You know, they call us a lot of names. The last one, I think, was anti-government extremists. They say a lot of things, but it just doesn't matter, does it? Because, you know what? Every time they attack us, whether they're attacking you, me, Moms for Liberty, who is not going to back down, or Patriot Mobile, I feel like we get 1 trillion attacks a day. You know, God takes what the devil meant to harm us, and he turns it into good. He blesses us with it. Every time we're attacked at Patriot Mobile, our sales just go through the roof. We increase our sales. And so what does increasing our sales mean? It means we can give more money back to organizations like Moms for Liberty. So maybe we should thank them. I don't know. The reason for that is Patriot Mobile gives a portion of every single dollar that we earn back to Christian conservative causes. People say, what are you? Yes, we're a cellular service provider. Yes, 4G, 5G, nationwide coverage, everything that the video says, all of that's true. You can bring your existing phone. You can port your same phone number over. Everything is the same, but you know what's different? Is you're not giving your money to woke companies that want to indoctrinate your children and take away your parental rights. At Patriot Mobile, we're very happy to sponsor tonight, and we have a code tonight, Joyful Warrior. You'll get free activation if you would like to join us in this quest. I'm just here, I want to encourage all of you. I know that you work so hard, and we just want to encourage you to keep protecting those kids, keep standing in the gap. You know, Psalm 127, 3 says, our children are a heritage from the Lord. It does not say our children belong to the government. We do not co-parent with the government. They have no role in our parenting decisions. Galatians 6:9, do not grow weary in doing good. And you know, this Taking America Back thing, it's a lot of work. I want to encourage you to remember this is a marathon, not a sprint. It is never going to end. The reason it's never going to end is because freedom will always, always be under attack. And that's because this is a spiritual war, not a political war. And as long as there is breath in our bodies, as long as God lets us wake up to another day, we will stand up for our children, and we will fight to take our country back, and we will take America back in our lifetime. And it is women like you that do it. I want to end with this, because it's not said enough. I see you. I know what you go through. I see the lines of screamers you have to walk through. I know how you're attacked because I've got it too. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, ladies, you are the warriors of this time. We want to thank you. Patriot Mobile stands with you, and we would love for you to join us. God bless you all.
Welcome to the stage, Congressman Byron Donalds.
You know, I got to say something. When I pulled up in my Uber this morning, I saw these people on the corner, and they're yelling, and it's a little warm outside, and there's a couple people by the gate in front of the hotel, and I'm walking through the gate in the hotel. If you ever see me travel, I'm usually like in just sweatpants and a shirt, and I got sunglasses on. This one person goes, "Harry, are you that Byron Donalds guy?" And I said, "Oh yeah, that's me." And they go, "How could you?" And I looked at them like, "I can't really hear you too well because they're yelling down the street. Speak louder. What'd you say? How could you?" I said, "Do you mean how could I stand for liberty? How could I stand for our children? How could I stand for this country?" I do that pretty easily, because it's the right thing to do. Then I walk into this ballroom and they told me the event here in Philadelphia, the birthplace of democracy, is Moms for Liberty. And I see some dads for liberty in the room. And I just want to tell you it's really an honor to be here with you this afternoon. You know, you're listening to a kid from Brooklyn, New York. That's really who I am. Oh, hey, real quick. You know, I always got to ask at this point in the speech, is Brooklyn in the house? Brooklyn's always in the house. There she goes right there. Brooklyn's always with us. There we go. Brooklyn's always with us. I'm a kid from Brooklyn. You know, my mom, she was a mom for liberty. You guys just weren't organized yet. I mean, we talking about 1983, New York City. And she looked at her son, who wasn't getting the education that he needed, in PS 235 in Brooklyn, New York, and she had a choice to make. And the choice she made is the choice that so many moms make, so many moms want to make, so many moms wish they could make, so many mothers desire to make. And you dads for liberty, I ain't forget about you, because I know you desire it too. And that decision that she made for me was to pull me out of PS 235 and to take whatever money she had and to find whatever money she didn't have and to put me in a school where I could learn and I could excel and where I could achieve. And the reason why I tell that story so much about who my mom is and who you're listening to today is because I'm not here without her sacrifice. The people yelling outside and the bureaucrats at school districts all across the country, They oppose you because they believe, truly, they believe that the kids belong to them. There's some guy that ran for governor in Virginia, and he snatched defeat from the jaws of victory because he was a fool and told people that their kids belong to the state and not to their parents. And let this be a message to any current politician, prospective politician, activist group. If you think you're going to stand between a child and their parents, you are going to have a battle on your hands the likes you have never seen. You see, that battle is something that I know all too well. My wife and I know that battle. We watched our son in elementary school learn math the right way, and then Common Core came in. And the math homework came home, and we're scratching our head like, what is this? Like, I'm a finance major. She's an accounting major. We know math, okay? For Joe Biden, we know math. And to watch our son go through this work and struggle, and he's trying to do it in front of me, and I'm the dad, like, side note, I'm that dad that's kind of tough. I'm like, what are you doing? That's not it. This is it. Do it this way. He's like, but Dad, this is what they're teaching me to do. And I remember it like it was yesterday. He's sitting at the kitchen table. He's got tears in his eyes, crying. This is how they're teaching me. And I said, son, I don't know what they're teaching you, but I promise you this. In the real world, you get fired over doing math like this. You get fired. And so that began the journey of really getting engaged in education, becoming activists in education like so many of you are here in this room this afternoon, and even the people who couldn't make the trip. You know, I was downstairs and got a chance to meet and see a lot of the chapter chairs from all across the country. You chapter chairs for Moms for Liberty, thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you. Because that sacrifice is critical if we are going to hold this public education system accountable here in America. It's not just in Washington, D.C. It's at home in every city, every town, every county, and every state in the United States of America. And it is your passion. It is your work. It is your willingness to stand in front of the Leviathan that has become public education that will see change come to an America and make sure our kids get the education that they so rightfully deserve. You're now listening to a guy that before TV interviews and rounds of speaker votes, you're listening to a guy who was in our state legislature back in Florida. I passed a bill, House Bill 989. And at the time, this bill was radical. What the bill did is it allowed parents and members of a community to see what was actually in the textbooks that were in front of our kids. You know, fathom that. Parents should be able to read what's in the material. And I remember we were on debate on the House floor, and the Democrats are like, oh my gosh, you can't have parents and community members read this stuff. What will happen? What happened is it started a movement where people started to see the indoctrination in front of our kids. So that's the person you're listening to now. I might be a member of Congress, but my heart has always been an activist for the future of our kids. So let me say this. Don't not be afraid. Don't be afraid. Stand firm in front of the bureaucrats and the protesters outside. Stand firm in front of the press because they don't even know what they're talking about anyway. At the end of the day, the thing that we want is for all parents to have the right and have their rightful place to direct the lives of their children. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, a liberal, a conservative, unfortunately, if you're a Marxist, or even if you're a committed conservative, every parent has that right. Every parent should be at the head of the table and not behind. So now, I have the opportunity to introduce you to somebody. Now, I think you know this guy. He too believes that you should be at the head of the table. He believes that every American should come first and that our government should come last. He believes that America's future is best put into the hands of your decisions and your thoughts. He believes that, yes, we can make America great again. And now let me tell you what I believe. I believe that he will be the 47th president of these United States. Ladies and gentlemen, President Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to Byron. He is a star, and I gave him my endorsement right from the beginning, and he'll always have my endorsement, and I was honored to have his. And he's really a fantastic man who has a fantastic wife who I'll be introducing in a second. His wife is just incredible, knows so much about exactly what you're all about, and nobody knows it better. And I'm thrilled to be here in the birthplace of American independence with the proud patriots of the Moms for Liberty. And I want to thank Tiffany Justice. Really incredible job, Tiffany, wherever you may be. Tiffany, great job. And Tina Deskovich. Tina, thank you very much. Thank you. And Marie Rogerson. Marie, thank you. Thank you very much. for the amazing job they've done building this organization into a grassroots juggernaut of 120,000 members in 45 states and growing every single day. And people are inspired. And you had a lot of people that are very much in support of you outside. I don't know if you know that or not. But you had a lot of people that are very much in support. I also want to recognize Bridget Ziegler. Bridget, thank you very much. Florida GOP, Christian Ziegler, and Byron's wonderful wife. Where's Erica? Is she here? I hope she's right here someplace because she is an incredible person. Erica, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eric. Most importantly, let me say a very special thanks to every one of the amazing activists and citizen leaders here today. You have to be an activist nowadays because we're dealing with crazy people. You have proven beyond all doubt that there is no earthly force more powerful than the love of a mother for her children. That's true. In school board races, PTA meetings, and town halls across the nation, you have taught the radical left Marxists and communists a lesson they will never forget. Don't mess with America's moms. Does that make sense? I know exactly what they're talking about. Don't mess. That's a powerful group. For 7 years, you and I have been fighting side by side to rescue our country from the sinister forces who hate it, and frankly, they want to destroy it. Nobody gets it. Nobody knows why, but they want to. And I don't think they know why either, if you really want to know the truth. But they're very, very bad. Now we're approaching the most important battle of our lives. As we gather today, our beloved nation is teetering on the edge of tyranny. We know that. Our enemies are waging war on freedom and faith, on science and religion, on history and tradition, on law and democracy, on the family, on children, and on America itself. They want to destroy our country. As I said to you almost 3 years ago, standing at Mount Rushmore, remember that, how beautiful it was? They want to wipe out Mount Rushmore, too. They're going to have a hard time doing it. They don't like Mount Rushmore, but I love Mount Rushmore. This left-wing cultural revolution is designed to overthrow the American Revolution. They want to demolish the legacy of America's founding in 1776 and its place. They want to force their sick creed of woke communism on every American man, woman, and child. You see it every day. But the people in this room will never let them do it because we love our nation, we love our children, and we love our freedom. And as you know, the menacing specter of left-wing repression has been growing steadily for years, and there's never been anything like what's happened over the last 3 years. They took over our colleges and universities and then infiltrated our grade schools. They corrupted the media, although the media was quite corrupt to start off with. And we've really exposed how corrupt they are. Can you imagine, with all of the millions and millions of dollars paid to the Biden family? So dishonest. No question about it. Corporations set up silently, quietly. Millions and millions of dollars pouring in from China, from Ukraine, from many other countries. And the press doesn't even want to write about it. What do you think would happen if that were me? Do you think they'd be writing a little bit? John Solomon's here, a great, great, talented person. And is he here? Is he in the room? He's an amazing writer. He should have gotten the Pulitzer Prize, by the way, because he got Russia correct. So did Greg Jarrett and others, many others. But they gave it to the people that got it wrong. Now we're suing them to have the prizes, if you call them prizes, because they don't mean so much anymore, taken away because they got it exactly wrong. But they've been watching this, and they've been seeing it happen. They've been seeing it grow, and we have to stop it. They threw open our borders. They installed radical left judges to subvert our Constitution. They tried to take down a presidency with hoaxes and witch hunts, but they failed. They failed. We had a tremendous success, and now we're going to do it again. We're going to do it again and finish the job we started. Joe Biden has weaponized law enforcement against his political opposition. The greatest abuse of power in American history by far. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. under the Biden Department of Injustice and the FBI. They've even targeted you, patriotic parents at school board meetings. They go after you. It's not even believable. But Antifa, BLM, other groups, corrupt thugs, they don't go after at all. They take a look at these corrupt thugs, labeled you as national security threats. They look at you as corrupt. It's not even believable. And the really corrupt people get away with it, including crooked Joe Biden, because he's the most corrupt of all. Look at the money they've taken in. But the drug cartels and the human traffickers and domestic terrorists, who, by the way, are pouring into our country right now as we speak. Hard to believe. We had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border maybe in the entire world, because I don't think any country's ever had a border like this. What's happening in our country is very, very terrible. The radical left is even slandering Moms for Liberty as a so-called hate group. You're a hate group. You are a hate. You hate your children. You hate everybody. You're a hate group. Can you imagine? Moms for Liberty, hate group. I'm telling you, these people are sick. But Moms for Liberty is no hate group. You are joyful warriors. You are fierce, fierce patriots. You're not the threat to America. You're the best thing that's ever happened to America. Joe Biden and the Democrat communists are the threat to America. And together we're going to throw them out of office on Election Day of 2024. I believe it's going to be the most important election in the history of our country. And I think if we don't win that election, it could be that our country is finished. It's gone. You'll never get it back. As Biden corrupted the Department of Injustice to cover up his own crimes, he recently ordered his top political opponent arrested. Oh, wow, that's me. That's me. I was arrested. And every time my polls go up, we're leading them by a lot. Byron knows that. We're leading them by a lot. Every time they go up, they get more and more radicalized and vicious. But right in the middle of a presidential election, Biden is losing very badly, and they had him arrested, me. And by the way, you know, a lot of people say, oh, well, Trump, you know, he brings a lot of tumult. We bring tumult because they come after us. If anybody else ever took my place, they would be attacked, and they'd probably leave office within a matter of moments, because they'd be attacked the same way, maybe even more viciously, because it turns out with me, I did nothing wrong. They go after people that did nothing wrong. They use disinformation and everything else. But if anybody else was standing up here, or the front runner, you know, if I was in third place, fourth place, or wasn't running, there wouldn't be anything. They would have said he's one of the most honest presidents we've ever had, but they wouldn't be interested in that. A friend of mine said, you know, if I ever went under the scrutiny that you have, he's a very successful guy. He said, they would have gotten me on hundreds of things. Remember with me? They got me on nothing. Got me on nothing. And all of the things that they do have, it's like the pundits are saying, wow, that's nothing. But I take it for you, this is a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time, and it's been going on since I came down the escalator with our great future First Lady. That was, she says hello to everybody. And she believes in what you're doing so much. And does she love her baby, who is now a very tall 17-year-old baby. But she loves that young man so much, and just like you do, you love your children so much. I understand it very well. Thank you very much. She really is, she's a great person, got a great spirit. She can't believe what's happening. She says, you sure you want to do this? These people are crazy. But what they're doing is it has a very primary purpose, and that's election interference. They want to interfere with the election. They rigged the presidential election of 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election of 2024. We're not going to allow it. Never forget, our enemies want to stop us because we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the ones that are going to stop them, and we will stop them. If the corrupt persecutions of our people succeed, They will complete their takeover of this country and destroy your way of life forever. And I don't believe there'll be any coming back. You know, the way we say you'll come back, you can't come back. Once they get their clause in there, you won't come back. Maybe in 100 years, you won't come back. They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me. Oh, would they like me to be silenced? They would do anything to silence me because I will never let them silence you. It's very simple. In the end, and you know this better than anyone, they're not after me, they're after you, and I'm just standing in their way, and I will continue to stand in their way. Ultimately, the radical left is coming after all of us because they know that our allegiance is not to them. Our allegiance is to our country, to our children, and to our Creator. And I promise you this, if you put me back in the White House, their reign will be over and America will be a free nation once again. So important. It's, I can't tell you, in 2016, I said that's going to be the most important election ever. 2020, we thought we won. I mean, I didn't talk about the election too much because I thought we won that election so easy we were going to win it. And what they did was beyond any belief. They used COVID in order to cheat, but I thought we were just going to win, so we didn't talk about it. And a lot of the things that we said, like we're creating a strong border, you know, it's very interesting. I was telling people that in 2016, the border was like the biggest issue because our border was horrible. Nothing compared to how bad it is today. But I solved the problem. We created the safest border in the history of our country. And so it wasn't even talked about during 2020. I said, you know, I did such a good job. I talked everybody out of discussing the number one thing, the border. I shouldn't have done such a good job. Then we could have talked about the border. But nobody wanted to talk about it. They said, there's no problem with the border. But despite the demented persecution of our movement, we are getting stronger and stronger by the day. People of common sense. Just this week, the Quinnipiac poll found us beating Joe Biden right here in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, where we do great. We do great. In my opinion, well, I don't know. It's for Trump. It's for Republicans. But this is an absolute Republican stronghold that Republicans have a very hard time winning because a lot of bad things go on. But we are just absolutely crushing them with independents. 51 just came out this morning. 51% to 37% independents. They were saying, do you think Trump can win independents? Well, we're winning independents in some places by 25 points. Then they think, do you think Trump can win suburban women? Suburban women. You know what they want? We got a lot of suburban women. You know what they want? They want peace. They want low taxes. They want good education. They don't want wars, these stupid wars that go on forever, killing everybody, destroying our country. Last week, I was also very proud to receive the endorsements of many incredible Pennsylvania leaders. I got them just about all, including warriors. These are warriors. Congressman Mike Kelly, Dan Muser, a great guy. These are two great guys. Another one, Scott Perry, fighter. He fights like hell. Guy Resenthaler. Guy is unbelievable. John Joyce. Former Congressman Fred Keller and Ambassador Carla Sands. These are all incredible people. They're courageous people. If patriots like all of us here today remain united, we will be unstoppable. We're unstoppable. There are many more of us. Look, who wants policies where they say open borders, where we have people coming in from all places that nobody even wants to discuss? They say, you shouldn't say that, sir. It's not nice. But who wants open borders? Who wants no voter ID? Who wants high taxes? Who wants high interest? Nobody can buy a house now because interest rates are so high. We were energy independent a little while ago. Now we're begging for energy from Venezuela. We will put parents first, we will put children first, and we will put America first again. And we had an incredible presidency, 4 years, and just think of what we already achieved in those four incredible years. As president, I implemented every Student Succeeds Act to kill the use of Common Core forever. So important. No longer can it be used as a condition for federal funding. They can't use it. As part of the Trump tax cuts, I gave every parent the right to spend $10,000 a year tax-free to send your child to the public, private, religious school or any other school of your choice. That was a big thing. Didn't sound like that big. I thought that was a big thing. It didn't sound that big. I mean, some other things have gotten bigger. Okay, let's save the money. Let's not do it. I thought it was a big thing. To protect free speech, I signed an executive order to force public colleges to honor students' First Amendment rights or else lose millions and millions of dollars in funding. I mean, you see these places, they get millions of dollars. And then one of you or a conservative person or a person with common sense goes to speak and they don't allow them to speak, but they take the government. So we took that away from them. If they do that, we don't pay them. It's amazing how welcome everyone was at these universities after I signed that. 3 years ago, in September of 2020, I proudly signed the world's very first ban on critical race theory, vanquishing those racist trainings from the federal government long before anyone else had even heard of the term. Most people had never heard of the term. To counter the left's heinous lies about American history, I also created the 1776 Commission to promote patriotic education for our youth. Because we want our children to love America as much as we love America. When the rioters and thugs came to tear down the statues of our great heroes in Washington, I immediately signed an executive order stating that anybody who even lightly defaced a federal monument or statue would get 10 years in federal prison. And that doesn't mean 10 years equals 2 months. It means 10 years, a full 10 years. It was amazing how that stopped. Remember how quickly it stopped? It stopped instantaneously. To combat the anti-American radicals and provide positive examples for our youth, I announced the construction of the National Garden of American Heroes, a vast outdoor park featuring statues of George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Betsy Ross, Benjamin Franklin, Susan B. Anthony, Frederick Douglass, and other great Americans, really great Americans. We were going to put it down. We're starting with 100, and then we'll end up with a lot more than that. We were going to have committees pick the first 100. And it would have been really something special. Joe Biden canceled the National Guard like an American-hating socialist would. He also canceled the Keystone Pipeline, if you remember that one. That was a beauty. First day, canceled the Keystone Pipeline, 48,000 jobs and something that would have been fantastic for energy. I will bring all of that back, and I will now be even bigger and more magnificent in terms of the garden. We will have something that will be really magnificent and something that you'll love and you'll visit, and really something that our country needs. We need it for our spirit. We need it for our soul. I totally transformed the federal judiciary, appointing nearly 300 justices and judges and 3 great Supreme Court justices to interpret the law and Constitution as written. You know, many presidents never get the opportunity to appoint a Supreme Court justice. I had 3. They are going. They are not happy about that. And maybe we'll get 3 or 4 more. Can you imagine? Let's get 7. Let's have 7 or 8 or maybe even 9. And yesterday, as an example, they ruled, such a big ruling, to set our country back on a merit-based system of education. You mean that we'll have report cards again? I don't know, maybe some of you do this, but how about these schools where you don't get marks? The kids come in, oh, how you doing in school? I don't know. Are you a good student? Yeah, I guess so. How do they compare you with the other students? I don't know, they don't give us any marks. We just sit there. We finish. Does anybody in this room have that system? I don't think so. But a lot of people do, a lot of schools do. In other words, what they did yesterday, if you've worked hard, gotten fantastic marks, done well in all of the other various things that you have to do well on, somebody that hasn't done nearly as well, who perhaps has not worked as hard, will not be taking your place on a school, college, or university roster any longer. Today, the Supreme Court, this is today. Today, the Supreme Court also ruled that President Biden is not allowed to wipe out hundreds of billions and perhaps trillions of dollars in student loan debt, which would have been very unfair to the millions and millions of people who paid their debt through hard work and diligence. Very unfair. That was just a way for a crooked guy. He's crooked as a $3 bill. I used to say $2 bill, but they've made a few of them. Now he's a crooked guy. We have a crooked president. We have a corrupt president, very corrupt. But this was a way of trying to buy votes. That's all it was. They also gave religious liberty, as you know. You saw the decisions today, a tremendous win. Religious liberty got a tremendous win today. This was a big 2 days. And there were other things, too. This was a big 2 days. They said these are things that will never happen, and they've happened. And people are very impressed. Not to mention the fact that almost exactly 1 year ago, they ruled against Roe v. Wade, giving pro-lifers a tremendous power to negotiate and moving back all of this information and vote to the states, which legal scholars and many others always felt that's where it should be. That's where it should be, back to the states. And now people that believe in life will be able to stop the radical left Democrats from killing babies in their 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and even after birth. You saw that with the governor of Virginia, the last governor, the previous governor of Virginia, where he talked about the baby is born, and then you sit down and you discuss with the mother, what do you want to do with the baby? Baby's been born. They talked about after the baby's born, not just from the 9th month, after the baby was born. Would you decide to kill the baby? So we would be, this is an amazing situation because they are really the ones that have the radical position. And hopefully the Republicans are going to learn how to deal with this issue and talk about it. And if you do, you're going to have a tremendous victory in your hand. If you don't, you're going to have some problems. But this is an amazing thing because they're the radical ones. They're willing to kill a baby in the 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th and 9th month and even after birth. That's called radical. And nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. They did a poll recently, and it's like a very tiny percentage. So they're really the radical ones. And by getting rid of Roe v. Wade, we've given tremendous negotiating power to the pro-lifers. Tremendous. They didn't have any negotiating power at all. So this was an amazing thing. But the Republicans are going to have to learn how to speak on the subject, because if they don't, maybe they're not going to get the kind of votes they should get. They should be really admired for what happened. But the Supreme Court gave us that, and bringing it back to the states is a big deal. But when you look at it, the power of negotiation, you have a tremendous power. Before that, you had no power whatsoever. So I congratulate all of you, because most of the people in the room feel that way. I congratulate all of you. In addition, we delivered the largest tax cuts and regulatory cuts in history, and likewise, we built the greatest economy in the history of the world. There has never been an economy like we built anywhere in the world. We were lapping China. China was supposed to overtake us for many, many years. For decades, they were saying in 2018, China would overtake because of the population, 1.4 billion people. They were going to overtake. We created a juggernaut. They weren't even close. They were never, and they were heading in the wrong direction. Then we had the gift from China. The China virus came in. and we had to go a little bit different way, but still we gave over a stock. But we did a great job. We get very little credit for the job we did. We did an incredible job. Nobody knew what the hell it was. We did an amazing job with that, with the Regeneron and all the therapeutics and all of the things we did. The ventilators that we built, we became the king of ventilators. We were making them for every country and sending them out. We did such a good job. But we handed over, despite all of that. Some people said they did it on purpose. I happen to think it was gross incompetence. I said it came from the Wuhan labs right from the beginning. If you remember, I took a lot of heat for that. Now they admit it came from the Wuhan labs. We were right about, they have this thing, Trump was right about everything. Sort of, we were just about right on everything. And I hope we're not going to be right on what's happening in Ukraine, because there's some bad things happening there. And we have a man who's grossly incompetent, who doesn't have a clue. And we have to be very careful with World War III. We created the most secure border in U.S. history, built nearly 500 miles of border wall, got Mexico to give us free of charge, thank you, soldiers, to protect us. I said to them, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers. They laughed at me. I said, no, you have to do that because we have people pouring into our country. No, we won't do that. I said, that's okay. We're going to put a 25% tariff on all goods being shipped, including the car business that you stole from the United States, 32% of our business. We're going to put a 32% tax or tariff on all of the cars and everything else you sell into the United States. And they said, we would actually love to give you 28,000 soldiers. It would be a great honor, sir, to give you 28,000 soldiers. Would you like more? I think I could have had a lot more if I wanted them, but we didn't need it. We had it stopped. We negotiated remain in Mexico. That's another one we had to get from Mexico. Remain in Mexico. How do you like that one? Instead of remain in the United States, and that's the end of it. And terminated the ridiculous catch and release. That's where you catch them and release them into our country. They say, come back in 4 years, you're going to have a court case. Oh, okay, we'll come back in 4 years. They never come back. 1% come back, and those are the people that aren't the smartest of the group. I fully rebuilt the U.S. military, created Space Force, defeated ISIS, and I brought our troops back home. And I was the first president, and that's one of the things about the suburban women. They don't want war. They don't want their kids killed in these stupid wars that nobody knows what we're doing. The rhinos and the Democrats, they love wars. They don't want their children killed in a war for a country that nobody ever heard of. What a horrible, horrible situation. What we did in the Middle East, as an example, we went in there, spent $10 trillion, millions of people killed. I view both sides. Millions and millions of people killed, obliterated the place. And what do we get? Nothing. It just keeps going. These wars cost probably close to $10 trillion and hundreds of thousands of lives on our side, millions of lives overall. Count the other side. But all of that was only the beginning. Here's just some of the bold agenda that I will immediately implement when we become the 47th President of the United States. When we get back in the White House, I will totally obliterate the deep state. The deep state does exist, and they are bad. I will fire the rogue bureaucrats who weaponize the justice system, who's destroying our country. They're destroying our country, starting with every corrupt official who targeted Moms for Liberty and other patriotic parents. And I don't know if you watch, and I don't know how many Catholics are in the room, but what they are doing to Catholics is nobody's ever seen anything like it. And then people go and vote for the Democrats. You're Catholic, you go vote for the Democrats. It's crazy. They got almost 50% of the vote last time, and I say, why would they do it? But in all fairness, they've never been brazen like they are right now. Nobody had any idea. They hate religion. They hate God. They hate God. This was all a big pile of disinformation and misinformation. What they've done to religion is so horrible, horrible. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we all together win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. It will be done within 24 hours. And it would have never started. That war would have never started if I were president. It would have never started. I spoke to Putin about it. And I told him, can't do it, Vladimir. No, you can't do it. You know, they always say I was soft on Russia. He said, if you're soft on Russia, I'd hate to see a tough guy because, you know, I ended their pipeline, right? Nord Stream 2. Nobody ever heard of Nord Stream 2 until I came along. I said, nope, end it, end it. That was the biggest thing they've ever done. I ended it. Biden approved it like his first week in office. He let him do it. But he got a lot of money from Russia. Remember, the mayor of Moscow's wife paid him, and his son, Hunter, there's a beauty. At some time, does he look at his son and say, you know, the son thing just isn't working out? He said his son is the smartest person he's ever known. I don't know. He's the smartest person I've ever known. Who? Hunter. Smartest person. Now, at some point, he's going to say, it's just not working out the way it's supposed to. No, these are corrupt people. And, you know, I was always respectful of the office. I've hit him very hard the last couple of weeks because, you know, when they indict their opponent, nobody ever thought that was possible. Who's very innocent. Most of these pundits, even the ones that hate me, say, that's not indictable. It's Presidential Records Act. It's a civil thing. The one in the DA in New York, they actually put people from the Justice Department into the local DA's office. They reviewed it. They said, that's not a crime. There's no crime there. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. But, you know, I was always modestly respectful, and in many cases, much more respectful because of the respect I have for the office of the presidency. And that happened, and it happened for a long time, I would say, in terms of this country. I respect the office. I don't want to call him a crook and think, but now I say he's a damn crook. He's crooked as hell because they started this. They indicted the former president of the United States over bullshit, and so now I'm allowed to say it like it is. We have a corrupt president. We have a corrupt president. He's 100% crooked. He knows it. Well, he doesn't know it anymore. I don't think he does. I'm not sure he knew it even at the time. But they take money, they walk into these countries, and they say, you pay me $10 million. You pay me $5.1 million. You see the phone call the other night? I'm sitting here with my father. We want the money right now. And we're watching. It's got to happen more with Republicans. But they impeached me on a perfect phone call. This was a perfect call. This was a call that when people read it, a number of people read it early on, they said, that was a nice call. Let them continue. But I always respected that office so much that as bad as I knew Biden was, as incompetent as he is, as dumb as he is, frankly, and he was dumb 25 years ago. And by the way, he doesn't have an age problem. He's got a competency problem. And he's got some other problem, because I know people that are 90 years old that are making a fortune. They're smart as they ever were. And this is not an age problem. This is a problem with something's going on. And, you know, we have nuclear weapons out there. Many countries now have nuclear weapons. And we have a man who's grossly incompetent leading us. This is the most dangerous time in the history of our country because of the power of weaponry. So I respected that office so much that I take it easy. Now, some people would say I didn't take it so easy. I took it easy. But the last 2 weeks, I haven't taken it easy, have I? Because he is a corrupt person, and we have a corrupt person leading our country. And one of the reasons, China, they opened up military bases. They're opening up military operations in Cuba, 90 miles off our coast. But that's the most serious threat that I can imagine. And nobody talks about it. And the press doesn't talk about it because they know Biden is very vulnerable. And they know he took a lot of money from China. Got millions and millions of dollars from China. Millions. Just the other night on the phone call, they talked about it. That was 5.1, but 10 million came in beyond that. And that's only the stuff they find out. And by the way, Jamie Comer and Jim Jordan and that whole group, they're doing a great job of exposing this corruption. But the fake news media back there, they don't want to talk about it. It's not even believable. They don't want to talk about it. But I think they're going to have to, because at some point they have to have some credibility. You know, their numbers down are about as low as anybody's ever seen. When I came in, the media was highly respected. Now the media is respected about less than almost any group. And I consider it an honor to have exposed the media as being corrupt, because it's a very important thing, I think. Because they're the ones that keep our country honest by fair reporting. But when you don't report the kind of things that are coming out on Biden, the Biden crime family, then everybody knows that you no longer have any credibility. That's why CNN is going out of business. They're virtually going. They don't even know if it's saleable. I did a town hall a few weeks ago, and at the town hall, CNN town hall, you think that was fun? But I thought they were going to go a little bit more fair. That's why I did it. I assumed they were going to go fair because their ratings are so bad that maybe they were looking for credibility. But I did the town hall. They got among the highest ratings they've ever had. And you know what happened? They fired the head of CNN because of it. See, this is what I mean. It's like April Fool's. Everything's the opposite. You get high ratings and you give them a raise. You get low ratings. The craziest thing, they fired him. The ratings were fantastic, and they fired him because they thought I frankly did a good job of giving our position on things. They said, stop this show now, stop it now. He's destroying you, he's killing you, he owns you. They said, AOC. She said, he owns you, stop the show. They end up firing the guy that, I think they said the highest ratings in 11 years. And they fired the guy that got those ratings, and he couldn't have been too smart. He should have said, I got the highest ratings. I want a raise. But I'm the only candidate who can make this promise. I will prevent World War III. And I'm going to do it. I will do it. I know the players. I know all the players. They have respect for us. You wouldn't have had Russia, Ukraine. You wouldn't have had China talking about going into Taiwan. We did a fantastic job with Kim Jong-un. You know, I got along with him very well. The fake news said, it's terrible that he gets along with him. I said, really? It's not terrible. It's a very good thing. You know, it's a positive thing. But that was a big threat, and now it's becoming a big threat again. I will immediately terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration. To protect our children, we will remove every illegal alien gang member out of our country. And you know who's going to do it with us? The local police. Because the local police, who have been brutalized by this group of thugs, the local police are phenomenal, and they know every one of the gang members, and they know them by their first name and their middle name and their last name and their nickname. Some of the nicknames you don't want to know about. And I will use Title 42, which they ended, can you believe it, to end the child trafficking crisis by returning all trafficked children to their families and their home countries immediately. And very important for you, it's so dangerous in some of these cities. We will restore school safety. We're going to be very tough. These teachers are being beaten up. Children are being beaten up too. But people are going in and just beating the hell out of our teachers, and nobody does anything about it. Thanks to Biden's heartless school closures and the radical left lie that school discipline is racist. Practically every week there's a new video or something where it comes out about students or teachers being hit and whacked and just hurt so badly, thrown out windows. And I say, enough is enough. We have to stop it. We're going to stop it. Oh, it's going to be, they'll go after me, but we're going to stop it. And the only way you fight that kind of fire is with fire. You've got to be tough. And it's right now, these are out of control youths. These are really bad young people. And we're going to stop it. And we're going to stop people from going into stores and robbing the hell out of them and walking out, and the policemen are afraid to do anything because the policemen are told, you're going to lose your job, you're going to lose your pension, you're going to do everything. And they're not allowed to act. They're going to be allowed to act. We'll protect them, and they're going to be allowed to act. There's not going to be any more of that. You have cities now that they can't rent a store because people go and just take everything they want and they walk out. Nobody does anything because everybody's afraid of, they're afraid of everything. And this is a country out of control. This is a country that's on its way to oblivion. I will completely overhaul federal standards on school discipline and juvenile justice to get violent monsters out of your children's classrooms and into reform schools or correction institutions, and that's also for their own good. In addition, I am proud to have laid out by far the most aggressive, most visionary plan to liberate our children from the Marxist lunatics and perverts who have infested our educational system. They're perverts. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content on our children. Just last week, test scores revealed the worst student achievement levels in reading and math in almost 50 years. Think of that. The worst. Now, you have to understand, we spend 2, 3, 4, 5 times more than other countries per student. More than anybody's ever seen. And by the way, it's not part of my remarks, but I'm going to make it part if you don't mind. I want to move our education system back to the states. So it's such an important thing. We're going to do it. We were getting ready to start it, and then we had the COVID situation, and we had to work on that. That was a big deal. But we were getting ready to do it, but we're doing it. And do you hear that, Erica? Wherever Erica may be. We're moving it back. And how could it get worse? So we spend far more per student than any other country, not even close. You look at Norway, and you look at, by the way, China. You look at some of the educational systems that they have, and they're far superior, and they spend much less money. And I think the states are much more pinpointed. You can do a much better job. It's going to be, I think, a miracle what's going to happen. So we're at the bottom of almost every list. Out of 40, we're just about at 38, 39, or 40. So it's not like, gee whiz, we don't want to screw up what we have. What we have is horrible. It doesn't work. We're going to move it all back to the states. We may have a little remnant just to make sure everyone's speaking English or whatever it may be. You know, a little coordination, but it'll be 1%, 2%, but it's going to be very, very little. I'd say the office space will dwindle from 100% to 1%. If you need an office at all, we can have the office. We can put them in the Oval Office with me. You're not going to need much, right? Because I think the states will do a fantastic job. By the way, it'll be much less expensive, and we'll spend all that money on our students, and we'll bring them back, and we'll actually save money and reduce our debt, and lots of other good things can happen. But that's going to be very, very important. I hope everybody likes that, because otherwise I just blew it, because they didn't have that in the remarks. You know, they didn't have that in my remarks, and I just said, you know, I want to say that. And the people said, oh, I don't know if it's going to be popular. I said, I don't care. I don't care. It'd be beautiful. It'd be beautiful. No, I met people backstage. Backstage, I met people from Iowa, from South Carolina, from so many different, and they all love this. They just love it. These are incredible people. They'll rule it good. They love their children. They're going to make sure it's good for their children. And I just think that is such a total no-brainer. It'll cost us half, and you'll get more money than you ever would have gotten, because the money is just squandered and wasted by the federal government at levels that nobody's ever seen before. and you'll go from number 40 or number 38 or whatever you might be, you'll go conceivably to the top. We're very close to it. Under my leadership, the 1619 Project, you remember that, Beauty? Climate change extremists that are destroying our country. These are extremists, remember? The biggest threat we have, according to Biden, is climate change, because the ocean's going to rise over the next 200 years by 1/8 of an inch. But the fact that you have 5 countries out there with nuclear weapons pointed at us, that's not a threat. Can you imagine? That's not a threat. He said the biggest threat is climate change. Our oceans will rise, 1/8 of an inch over the next 200 to 300 years. Meaning you have a little more beachfront property, okay? That's the way I feel it. The ridiculous 87 different genders the left says there are out there. Think of it. And we will We're going to cut it out. We're going to get it out. We are going to be pressing 3 basic things plus. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. We'll be back. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. I hope the fake news doesn't say I'm old-fashioned. I hope they don't say I'm old-fashioned. But we have to bring our country back. The Marxism, fascism, communism, and the radical left socialism being preached in our children's classrooms all over. I mean, all over. Beyond the classroom, our military, very dangerous. I ended it in the military. I ended all of the things in the military. As soon as they came back, they put it all back in. They were paying people $500,000 a year to teach the military how to be woke. And I ended it all. And just incredible. But radical left socialism is being preached all over the place. It's just terrible. And in many ways, it now resembles established religion. What they're trying to do is really imitate, but in a much more vicious fashion, and something that's so bad for our country, established religion. The Marxist left and other lunatics preaching radical ideology have become a cult with their own creeds and their own mantras and their own rituals. Instead of taking children to church, they believe in taking children to drag shows. You see what's happening? Let's not go to church today, darling. Let's go to a drag show. Instead of teaching them to say their prayers, they teach them to recite their pronouns. You know about the pronoun thing, whatever that's all about. What is that all about? For any public schools that are engaged in these militant and country-destroying practices, I will instruct the DOJ to pursue them as violators of the Establishment Clause and the Free Exercise Clause of our Constitution. To vigorously enforce yesterday's Supreme Court ruling, I will eliminate all diversity, equity, and inclusion programs across the entire federal government. And I will direct the DOJ to pursue civil rights claims against any school, corporation, or university that engages in unlawful racial discrimination. We will restore a society based on equality, liberty, and merit. We're back with the merit. Can you believe this? This happened yesterday. Merit. You get good marks, you get in. You get bad marks, you maybe have to go someplace else. Furthermore, I will implement massive funding preferences for all states and school districts that make the following revolutionary reforms in education. Abolishing teacher tenure for grades K through 12 so we can remove bad teachers. Don't we want to get rid of bad teachers? Are there any bad teachers in the room? Could you please raise your hand if you're bad? Anybody bad? I don't think we have too many in this room, I'll tell you, but we have a lot of bad teachers. And the problem is you can't get them out. You know that. You have teachers that you work with that you can't get them out. You know how bad they are. We're going to get them out because being a teacher is like the most important thing. It's so important. It's so incredible what you do. It's so important. You have so many teachers, and some are so incredible and some are bad. And if they're not good, we have to get them out. Adopting merit pay so we can reward the great teachers. Implementing complete curriculum transparency so that parents have the right to see 100% of the material their children are being taught in school. Makes sense. And very importantly, adopting a program of universal school choice. Everybody wants school choice. At the same time, I refuse to abandon our public school systems as leftist-dominated systems. They're leftist-dominated or much worse than that. You see what's going on with, and it's really the heads of unions and others that are just destroying the system. And it came out very much during COVID with the decisions that were being made, and it was very, very sad to watch and very bad for our country. We must continue the noble fight that you are waging to take back school boards all across this country. And we will not be allowing the FBI and DOJ to attack you as you make your complaint to school boards, okay? I mean, they're arresting people that go in and want to have good education for their children, in addition to provide even more accountability. I will fight for the direct election of school principals by parents, so that if you have a lousy principal, and you got some beauties out there, but if you have a bad principal who's not getting the job done, the parents will, under the Trump administration, be allowed to vote to fire that principal to select someone who will do a great job. Such a big deal. That's a big deal. You have a bad principal, it's not going to work out. This will be the ultimate form of local control and parental rights. If you would have thought that as a politician, can you believe I'm a politician? I can't get over it. I never thought I'd say it. But, you know, as a politician, that I'm always saying, I will give you back parental rights. Parental rights? You think you'd have parental rights? It's unbelievable what they do to your children, what they want to do to you. They want to take your children away from you and, in many cases, mutilate your child and not even get your approval. I will also take historic action to defeat the toxic poison of gender ideology, to restore the timeless truth that God created two genders, male and female. On day one, I will sign an executive order instructing every federal agency to cease the promotion of sex or gender transition at any age. They're not going to do it anymore. I will declare that any hospital or healthcare provider that participates in the chemical or physical mutilation of a minor youth no longer meets federal health and safety standards. They will be terminated from receiving federal funds effective immediately. And I will ask Congress, just like I did with right to try. You know, right to try has been so good. Hopefully nobody in this room is going to need it, but what we did with right to try, we got it through Congress, and we took care of our vets through Congress. If they can't get good treatment and service, you go out, you get the treatment, and we pay. You get it locally from a local doctor where we have all good negotiated rates, and it's made such a difference, but Biden's let that lapse. Vets were waiting 3, 4, 5, 6 months even to see a doctor. They'd be on line for months, and then all of a sudden it became a terminal situation. Could have been solved by a prescription, could have been solved by a minor operation. But we did, and we got one other right for the vets, and we had to get this through Congress, and I'll get what we're talking about through Congress also. We had a lot of bad people in the VA, sadists, thieves, but the sadists, and they were beating up our great warriors who honestly were not in very good shape, and they were becoming elderly, and some elderly, and these were sadists that were beating the hell out of them, and we couldn't fire the people that were doing it. I got the right to fire whoever the hell I wanted, and they fired almost 9,000 sadists and thieves in the VA, and the people are so happy. We got a 92% approval rating in the VA, but I got it all through Congress. Right to try was such a big success where if you were terminally ill, they wouldn't give you a space-age drug, a drug that is showing really great signs of promise. They said, we can't do that, sir, because supposing it hurts them. They're terminally ill. They got a month to live. We can't do that because it may hurt them. But, you know, the drug companies didn't want it. Politicians didn't want it. The insurance companies didn't want it. I got everybody to sign an agreement that will do it. You're not going to sue the government. You're not going to sue anybody. We're going to do it. The companies didn't want it because if somebody dies, they didn't want it on their record. They want to have, like, you know, something that works. I said the ultimate is if it works when they're terminally ill. That's the ultimate. That'll look good. But we took that off. We have a separate category. And we got it signed. It was actually much more complicated than people would think. So now if a person's terminally ill, instead of going to Asia, Europe, wherever they may go, or going home to die because they have no money to go to Asia and Europe, most of them would just go home and die. They're able to use these incredible new bio-drugs and different things that are coming along the line that won't be approved for another 4 or 5 years. We cut the time period down in half, by the way. It used to be 12. Now it's 4 or 5 or 6. We cut it down. That was a big thing. But they're able to use them. And people, thousands and thousands of people are living now that would have been dead. And in many cases, living totally cured because some of the stuff really worked. I said, I told you it might be good for you. But some of it really worked. So thousands of people, we had to get that through Congress. We did. And I'll get this through Congress. I'll ask Congress to send a bill to my desk prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. We're going to get that. Tell me a congressman or woman that's not going to approve that. We want no more child mutilation. Well, I'm against that, sir. I'll have to vote against that. I don't think so. You know what? I'll show you a defeated congressperson if that happens. That shouldn't be too tough. I will direct the relevant agencies to investigate whether big pharma and big hospital systems have illegally marketed puberty blockers and other unapproved hormone treatments. And if so, the corporations responsible will be brought to justice. And using my authorities under Title IX, I will keep men out of women's sports. That's one. I've been on that one for a long time. Everyone said, sir, don't mention it. It's not politically correct. I said, that's okay. What do we do that's politically correct? The biggest things, in many cases, they're not politically correct. But that one, men participating in women's sports. You know, I asked for a couple of little examples. The swimmer from the University of Pennsylvania won the national championship, great, after setting school records for women's times in the 50-meter free, the 100-meter, 200-meter, 500-meter, 1,000-meter, and 1,650-meter. In New Zealand, the transgender weightlifter shattered 4 national records, ding, to qualify for the women's Olympic team, beating the second-place finisher by 42 pounds. That's a lot. You know, when you think that the weightlifting record stood for 18 years, and they'd put a quarter of an ounce here and a quarter of an ounce at the end of the bar, and they'd go in there and they'd lift. This guy comes along. Ding. Have you lifted before? No, not really. Not really, I haven't. Okay. You know, it's so demeaning to women. It's such a horrible thing. A track runner became the national champion in 400-meter hurdles while claiming there was absolutely no advantage to being trans, and this was a runner that only ran a little bit. In Canada, a 37-year-old cyclist set a world record in the women's sprint despite the fact that she was biologically a male, and the record was massive. There are now dozens, if not hundreds, of transgender athletes competing in the NCAA sports, and it's totally unfair to women. It's very, it's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. I actually said that if this stays, and I won't let it stay, I will leave the presidency to become a woman's basketball coach. And I'm not a big fan of LeBron James at all, but I would say, LeBron, would you ever think of becoming a woman? I'd like to get you and 4 of your friends. We only need that because we don't need much of a bench. No, we don't need a bench. But I want to get you and some of your friends, and we want to go for the Olympic gold. Can you imagine that? We would win it quite easily. I'd be the greatest women's basketball, probably the greatest coach. I would be the greatest coach in history. There'd be no coach like Trump. Coach Trump, you're the greatest that ever lived. Boom, boom. How about the dunk? Boom. I'm also going to take very aggressive action to finally reclaim our higher education system from the Marxists and the communist left. These fascists will no longer be allowed to rule the lives of our children and no longer be allowed to take away the authority of their loving parents. They can't do that. That's what they're trying to do, and that's what they're being successful in many cases in doing. As I announced several months ago, on day one, I will fire the radical left accreditation groups that have allowed our colleges to become dominated by Marxist maniacs and freaks. They are. They're maniacs. We will then accept applications for new accreditors who will impose real standards on colleges and universities. Once again, we're going to have real standards, including defending American heritage and Western civilization, protecting free speech, and removing all of the wasteful Marxist DEI bureaucrats who are driving up tuition costs and destroying our students and their minds. And I will not give one penny to any institution that has a vaccine mandate or mask mandate from kindergarten through college. And as most of you know, I have opposed mandates from day one, unlike some other people. I will also continue my long record of standing up to Big Pharma by creating a special presidential commission to investigate what is causing the decades-long increases in child diseases, autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and other chronic health problems. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to find out. Something's happening out there, and it's not good. Just as I did for 4 years, I will fully uphold the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment, I fought for it so hard and kept it very strong. I will defend innocent life. I will protect our Constitution, and I will once again appoint rock-solid conservative judges in the mold of justices Antonin Scalia and the very great Clarence Thomas, who they're after. They're after him. But he'll handle it. And I'm also proud to say that as president, I was able to win the bids for the 2026 World Cup and the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles. That's a big deal. I got them. I'll never forget, the committee called me about the Olympics. Sir, were you called the head of the Olympic Committee in Sweden or something? I said, yeah, and I was president-elect. I said, why did you let the president do it? He won't take their call. Oh, that's nice. That was President Obama. Has anyone ever heard of him? He won't take their call. They called me up. They said, would you do that? I said, well, why isn't Obama there? He's the president. He won't take their call. He won't call him. And I said, I'll do it, but it doesn't sort of make sense. I'm elect. I'm not president yet, but I'll do it. So I talked to him. I couldn't get him off the phone. He was so desperate to speak to me because he kept trying to call and call and call, and nobody would talk to him. When he finally spoke to me, I couldn't get him off the phone. He was so happy to speak to somebody. And I got the Olympics, and I got the World Cup here, so we're going to have some good stuff. Good stuff. Good for our children, too. But this is what we must do to restore our country to greatness. The USA is a mess. Our economy is crashing. Inflation is out of control. China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have formed together as a menacing and destructive coalition. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be the single greatest defeat our country has suffered in 200 years. It won't happen with me, not even a chance. Just like Russia would never have invaded Ukraine, as I said. And just like China would not even have a thought about raiding Taiwan. I told them, don't do it. If you took the 5 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as crooked Joe Biden and the Biden administration have done. We are a failing nation. We are a nation in decline. You all know this. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. But we're a nation in decline. And now these radical left lunatics want to interfere with our elections by using law enforcement. It's totally corrupt, and we can never let it happen. This is our final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists. We will throw off the sick political class that truly hates our country. We will rout the fake news media. We will take back our schools. We will defeat Joe Biden. And propelled by the spirit of July 4th, 1776, we will win a righteous victory on November 5th, 2024. Again, the single most important election in the history of our country. So I want to say thank you very much to the great moms of our country. Together we will work and we will make America great again. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you all very much.
Biden in the Oval Office, we've seen inflation surge and deficit spending, and the national debt has hit record highs. It's directly because of these challenges that President Trump recently warned. Now, I'm quoting on this. Our currency is crashing and will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat, frankly, in 200 years. Now, in a direct affront to the dollar's status as global reserve currency, the BRICS group of nations, that's led by China and Russia, and there's other two that are rumored that are just months away from launching their own currency. Think about that. With the dollar seemingly on its last leg, it's more important than ever to take a hard look at moving some of your savings into gold. Now, you can own your own gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account with the help of our friends over at the Birch Gold Group. That's right, the Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a gold-backed IRA. And the best part is you don't have to pay a penny out of pocket. To get started, Birch Gold is giving away a free information kit on gold. Just text the word Trump to 989898. And think about this, when currencies fail, gold is a safe haven. How much more does a dollar have, especially with this BRICS looming ominously overhead? To protect your savings with gold now, the Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of happy customers. So right now, text the words Trump to 989898 and get your free information kit on gold. Again, text Trump to 989898. That is our friends over at the Birch Gold Group.
What's up, guys? My name is Jaden Hurd, and you're watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. I have a new show over there on Rumble that comes out